recording started. Not sure. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's begin. Anyhow, we are streaming on YouTube also live. Um, okay, so Ajay, can you please begin?
Yeah, thank you, Suparna. Hello everyone. Good morning to everyone, and good evening wherever you are. And welcome back to the 2026 edition of the Data Days. And what's- one second. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So, Suparna, could you please give your introduction?
Yeah, hi, hello everyone. Most of you know me. So my name is Suparna Babu. So I'm a creator of this Microsoft Next Gen Data Aspirants community. Currently, I'm working as a data engineering specialist in one Indian MNC. So also I'm active Microsoft Fabric community super user, and I'm a blogger, and I will make videos on the technical content. So that's all from my side.
Yeah. Thank you, Suparna. So I know everyone. So my name is Ajay Babu Inturi. I'm co-creator of this NDAC community, and I'm also as a Microsoft Fabric community super user and blogger. And I'm working as a senior BA analyst in one of the MNC company. And these are my wonderful team. So if you want to connect with our team members, you can connect with the same name in the LinkedIn. And 2026 Data Days event sponsor is KSR Data Vision, and our title sponsor Microsoft. So these are the guidelines for the throughout the for the entire day, sessions. So be on mute throughout the session, and whenever you have any question, be respectful and respect others this as well. And if you have any question, just please post in the chat, and our moderators will try to answer the questions. And still, if it has a good question, then our speakers would take up those questions. Yeah, and please wait for the end of the session. So we will share we will roll up an survey form so that you can get the participation certificate, and also our speakers will explain how do you get the certification voucher.
Yeah. Okay.
Suparna,
Thank you.
is Santosh joined?
Yes, yes, he's joined already. Thank you. Just a heads
Yeah.
up. So please wait till end of the session. You are going to get a participation certificate, and as well as I am going to walk you through how you can apply for the 100% free voucher, everything. So now, without further delay, let's welcome Santosh. Santosh, now the floor is yours.
Hey, hi,
Welcome,
thank you.
Santosh.
Thank you. So am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
Santosh.
thank you, Ajay, and thank you, Suparna. And as we have discussed about this next 4 hours, we're going to discuss about the 4 parts of the certification, and the certification is DP-600. And personal advice, nowadays the companies are asking for certifications, and I myself has been also forced to do certifications. There is no exception in this current AI world. So let's try to understand how this certification works and what are the things that you need to focus. Okay. And another suggestion, just don't go blindly with dumps, just reading that. It doesn't work unless and until you don't understand the concepts, unless and until you don't master the topics here, it's not going to help, because Microsoft certifications are always tricky, right? So out of 4 options, 2 options will always be very much similar, and just here and there, and you lose the points, right? And I personally have also taken the certifications, and I've seen that the questions are tricky. And for this, you need to master the topics. So as and then for this DP-600, where we will be discussing about Fabric Analytics Engineering certification, right? And it comes under the 2-star format, that is intermediate. And for this, basically, if you're an analyst, engineer, you can apply for the certificates, and this certificate will definitely valued by most of the companies, particularly if you are looking for an analyst role or an engineer role and you're looking for a fabric. This certification will definitely help you, and you can have this before going to any of the companies. Also, you can say that you're Microsoft Fabric Analytics certified. This certification will always give you value. Now, as and then we have the four parts, like we'll be discussing about the fabric overview, data warehouse, and semantic model layer, and the real-time intelligence. So this is a session that is lined up for today. And thanks, Suparna and Ajay, for choosing me as a first speaker. I'll be talking about the fabric overview. And now in this session, we'll discuss about what is this fabric and what are the main core components of fabric and what are the features that makes it unique. And that will be the agenda for today's next 1 hour. Now we'll be talking about lakehouse, data flows, orchestrations, and my favorite is always Spark. So with that Spark, we will be able to introduce your notebook logics implementations in Fabric. So please be on mute. And before we even start, there is a small trailer for you. So let's see if you can listen this.
Santosh, you please reshare your screen with the audio.
Reshare with audio.
Stop share screening. Now, while sharing, for you, you will get.
Yeah, I got it. Include sound. Yeah, can you hear me?
Complete AI-powered
hear the
data
audio?
platform.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
you play it, please.
Microsoft Fabric. With OneLake, you get an open and AI-ready data lake for the entire organization that can connect to data from anywhere in multiple ways, so that all users are working from the same copy across analytics engines. From data integration to data engineering, data science to real-time intelligence, your data professionals have all the tools they need in a pre-integrated and optimized SaaS environment. And they can extend Fabric further with native industry-specific workloads. With the new Fabric databases, you can provision simple, autonomous, and AI-optimized databases in seconds, ready to unlock innovative new scenarios for AI transformation. For large volumes of in-motion data, you can use real-time intelligence to ingest, transform, and explore data for instant insights, and you can define criteria to trigger downstream actions. All this intelligence can then securely flow to Power BI and the Microsoft 365 applications your people use every day, informing their decision-making with insights right where and when they need data the most. And everything is backed by category-leading security, governance, and compliance capabilities. Plus, Fabric empowers your people to accelerate productivity with Copilot and built-in generative AI features. All your data, all your teams, all in one place. This is Microsoft Fabric.
Yeah. So I hope you got some idea about Fabric with a trailer video. But let me tell you an honest secret here. Even in my current project, current team, whenever is my clients are coming up for one of the projects, the first thing that I always recommend them is Fabric. So it's beautiful environment where you get all the features at one place. And we are in a world where we need everything at one place, right? That's what we prefer for. And undoubtedly, your Microsoft Fabric is one of the best in its business. And that is what we are going to explore, right? Now, when you say fabric, the meaning of fabric is like in a cloth, there is a small threads that you see it, right? That's a fabric, correct? Now, why it is called a fabric? It connects multiple threads into make one workable cloth. Exactly here, it connects with multiple tools and gets you that feature of doing everything at one place. One of the ruling cloud, Microsoft Azure, we have an orchestration tool called Data Factory. Now, Data Factory is an ETL tool, and that exact ETL tool, Data Factory, is present here. Just they have replicated, they have cloned it, and you can use it here. Now, whether you're a data scientist, data engineer, business analyst, Power BI developer, whoever you are, this environment should definitely help you for your projects. So we have Data Factory, which is an orchestration tool which can build like an ETL pipelines for you. Data engineering, we are all aware of how data engineering is in demand. We have to write complex transformations, PySpark, Spark, Everything you can do here. Now comes to a data warehouse. We need a place where we can dump all the data and we can query it using SQL. Yes, we have that place. And again, whatever you do, end of the day, it always stands with data science. Predicting models, AI models, Gen AI models, and it's going MCP. Every day it's keep on adding, the technologies keep on adding. And all of this you can do it with the help of Fabric. And finally, if you're not aware, 60% of the entire world data is actually a streaming data, right? What you watch from your Netflix until the FIFA World Cup, everything is a live streaming data. And for live streaming, we also have the real-time intelligence where we can analyze the millions of records within seconds. So that is also possible. And again, the star is always a star, the king is always a king. We have the Power BI. Power BI known for its analytical features, and that is also part of our Fabric. So here, data factory, data engineer, data warehouse, data science, real-time intelligence, Power BI, everything present at one place, and that place is called Microsoft Fabric. I could say this is a jungle or a forest where multiple kings are present. You can always find only one king in the jungle, but here you can find multiple kings staying together, and that is what is Fabric. Now going forward, what is the main source here? How this multiple teams, you're a data scientist, you're a data engineer, you're a data analyst, where do you pick the data from? Where do you pick the data from? Now that is where there is a one lake here. Now what do you mean by one lake? It is a single source where all the data gets stored there and any team can access this data with ease. No struggling, no multiple copy activities, no multiple access related. What a life, yeah. We have been improving day by day, and we have come to a stage where in a team you will have a Power BI developers, you have a data analyst, you will have a data engineers, data scientists, and everything are getting the data from one place, right? How feasible it is for projects. It reduces most of the burden for us in pulling the data, and that is where we have one lake. It comes with a business model. We do have the storage, and in fact, since it's everything resides at one place, Fabric, it comes with a security and governance, and all of these features is what we have for Fabric. And this one lake is a place where you can have all the data and you need not do multiple activities for here and there, duplicating it, copying. No, this is very helpful for us. This can solve most of our problems, correct? Now, moving on, we do have data engineers are using their activities like data factory, data warehouse, and data engineering components and real time. These are all the main components used by data engineers. So I'll give you a simple analogy, okay? Imagine Fabric is like your home fridge. You have a fridge and you have vegetables, fruits, whatever you have kept there, okay? Now for that particular purpose, whatever you want to prepare, you just go and pick it from the fridge, right? Probably you will be using a bit of fruits, bit of vegetables, a bit of other things. Exactly here. For each and every team, what component they need, they will use that, right? Now coming to an analytics engineer, so they'll be using data warehouse, data engineering, Power BI. Power BI is for reporting, correct? And now data scientist. Now data scientist, what is their goal? Their goal is always going for prediction, analyzing the historical data and predicting the future, right? Now that is where we have Azure ML. So with the help of Azure ML service, it has been directly linked here. You can also go and build your ML models here. Now that's another advantage. And not only with ML, even in the latest trends, what you see, the agentic AI, agents, everything you can build with this component, correct? And as I keep saying it, Power BI for data analysts and for decision makers in case if they want to make some sort of decisions by using the reports, we also have decision makers. Now, all of this are the guys who can work under one place, right? If you are working in a team and the team has data engineers, data analysts, data scientists, and the business analysts, well, nothing to worry. We are going to work at one place. and that one place is going to be the Fabric. Now, here, what are the things that you need for enabling this Fabric in your organization environment? So everyone in every company, there should be like an admin, and here we have a Fabric admin. And initially it was known as a Power BI admin, but now Power BI was a tool, but now it has become one of the tool in Fabric. So here we have a Fabric admin, Power Platform admin, Microsoft 365 admins, admin is like a captain of the team, correct? Now we have that, and workspace also should be assigned to the premium per license. Now that's something which can benefit. Recently, one of my student reached out to me from US, and he had a problem. They were not able to judge how much of data we are going to receive in the next 2-3 years, how much of capacity I need to have it, right? So imagine you're just coming to a place where you have a glass of water. Now you have a glass actually, but how much of water I'm going to give you, you don't know. What if I give you a liter of water? How can you store in a glass, right? So there comes a capacity. You need to understand what is a capacity that needed for your project. Is your project capable of handling 1 terabyte, 2 terabyte, 10 terabyte, petabyte? How much of data you're getting? So all of this is decided with the capacity of your Fabric, and it is also decided based on the licensing part. This too will help you to decide how much of capacity is needed for your project. So from the admin perspective, when you say tenant is a place where you run your projects, and for that you need to have a Fabric admin, Power Platform admin, and Microsoft admin. Now, moving on, here in Fabric, there are two type of storages that you can store your data. Okay, one is as simple as that. You can always go and store it in the file based, right, which is nothing but your data lake. You can always go and store your files, CSV files, flat files, JSON files, Parquet files, ORC files, X files, Y files, Z files. You have n number of files in your system that could always be stored, rather than storing in your personal laptop, utilizing your memory, going and buying a physical laptop. Well, come here, we can store here. That's what your lakehouse says, right? Now your data lake says I will be able to store the data, right? And it is basically a file storage method here. Irrespective of whatever is your file size, whatever is the format of your file size, you can always store here. So basically it is used for big data technologies, where we work with an organization where the data is coming in huge. Here is an option. But what if I want to go and find out something like, let's say employee data is there. I want to find out which employee is been in the company for more years. Will I go open the Excel, sort it, figure it out? I cannot do that, right? So we want to do analyze. We want to go and write some sort of query. One of the primary language which is used throughout in all the application, in all the roles, is SQL. So with the help of SQL, if I want to go and query the data and get the results, here it is. And that is nothing but your data warehouse, right? So in the data warehouse, whatever you have, you can also store it in the form of a table. And what that files and tables can do for you is it can convert into a table format and help you to write queries. The only way that you can communicate your database is SQL, and with the help of SQL we will be able to query all the tables, and it's a very handy for your BI developers, because you can go and do a validation testing, connect to your Power BI reports and do the reports, right? So two type of storages, one is a data lake and another is a data warehouse. So two combinations, we do have a lakehouse. Now, apart from this, how does it behave here? If you can show and see this as a screen, the screenshot is a screen that you can see in the Fabric workspace, where you have been created one lakehouse. Now, if you open this lakehouse, in the lakehouse, you can see two things. One is you have the file formats, where you can simply go and see product data, sales data, customer data. But what if I want to go and query it? What if I want to go and see the data? Now that is where they have given the option like table format also. So one is a file format, one is a table format. Now file format, if you're not going to analyze or going to open and check it, keep it in a file formats. But if you want to query it, if you want to do some sort of analysis, transformations, then we can always go and see that in the table format. So the option is yours. You want, say I'm giving you water. You either boil it and drink or you cool it and drink. It's your wish. As simple as that, right? So I am giving you a place where either you want to see it in a table or you want to see in a file. It's up to you. Now that is exactly what happens with Lakehouse. In Lakehouse, again, we will have a both file storage as well as the table storage. But apart from this, there is also querying option, which I was talking about it, right? So we can go and query it. It's as simple as your SQL code, and here is what you will get results. And this results, it could be all the functions of your SQLs, everything you can use. You can typically call this as a SQL table, SQL database. That is how it is. Okay. Forget about where it is, but you will get all the features of a normal database. Everything you'll get it here, because end of the day, it's a warehouse. Now, here, apart from this, we do have how can we load the data into your Lakehouse. So Lakehouse is a place where we can store the data. Now, how are we going to load the data? We have more than 100 connectors where we can go and load the data. And for that, we need one injecting layer, right? One injecting layer, and that injecting layer is nothing but extraction layer. That extraction, you can have a notebooks, you can have a data flows, we can have a pipelines, and we have something called shortcuts. Now shortcuts is like a reference. The data is present somewhere in the other cloud. I don't want to bring all the things and keep it here, but I can use it like a reference. I can use it like a reference. Now again, pipeline. The pipeline is always as simple as like your house pipeline. You pour the water at one side, you'll get the water at the other side. So as simple as that. Connecting dots is nothing but your pipelines. And data flows. Data flow is like your Power Query transformations. Without much of coding, you can start doing your append, merge, text transformations, number transformations, date transformations, addition of columns, derived columns, data type changes. I can keep on telling this 100 steps. That many things we have in data flow. And yeah, initially it was Gen 1, but as the generation changes, this guys also have changed the generation. Now Gen 2, I've been using this widely in most of the projects, and I can see a lot of features that we have in the Gen 2. And notebooks. Notebooks is always going to be your core, because any transformations, any type of logic, you can write it, which is in your control. I always believe something which is in our control performs well, and that is nothing but notebooks. You can write your complex transformation, Spark transformation, Python logic, and you can still get the data into your Lakehouse. You have a tank in your house, and for that you need to get the water, right? Then only you can use it. How do you get it? That is a problem here, and for that only we have the solution, and the solution is notebooks, data flows, pipelines, and shortcuts. Now we will explore here. With the help of transformation, we have the notebooks where we can write the Spark jobs, right? And we can also write your SQL queries, data flows, and followed by we can go and have a copy activity pipeline. So all these are the techniques which we can use it to bring the data. And once the data is brought, it's all yours. You can go and connect your Power BI for reporting. Let's see how we can inject the data with data flow Gen 2. You secret here. The guys who are very good at Power BI, this should be your golden egg. This should be a golden egg, because this comes with a codeless transformation, and you can see most of them will be like append, merge, getting data, then joining, then again going and doing the text transformations, number transformations. So all of this, it becomes much easier. And as I said, it's a low code, right? And you can extract the data from multiple sources, and you can run the data flows independently. You need not have any pipeline. You can run it directly also. But as a best practice, we always have a process, but you can debug, you can use it for your testing purpose, you can use it for your small projects. So data flow comes with the codeless transformations, or we can call it as a very, very little a code here, and that also will be like most of the things will be like drag and drop and do some sort of features, all this. Okay, so this is one of the go-to tool for the guys who are looking for no much of coding.
Santosh, I
And
got a question here.
yeah, please go ahead.
Is this part of Azure Data Factory, this data flow?
See, Azure Data Factory has a different data flow which does the transformations on Azure environment. The same name they've kept here, but here the features are different. In data flow, what happens in Azure Data Flow, we used to have like SSIS UI, like we used to put a plus mark, join it, then it's like an old way of adding components. Here it is like a Power Query view. So this is a much better, I would say, but both are same names, same features. The way of doing is different. There is a UI is different. Here the UI is different.
So the Azure data flow is available only within Fabric?
No, Azure Data Flow is available in Azure also. In Fabric, the data flow we have, it's called Fabric Data Flow, and there they have a classification of Gen 1 and Gen 2. See, data flow means just think that it is a codeless transformation. Okay, just think like it's a codeless transformation. But where you do, are you doing it in Fabric? Or are you doing it in Azure? That is what you need to understand. Please be on mute. Yeah. Now let's move forward. In the data flow Gen 2, if you see, you can have all of this codeless transformations. You can use it like drag and drop everything. But as we know that it doesn't create most of the complex transformations, will not be able to do. That is one of the limitation, and some sort of row level security, and you need a license workspace for that. So all this becomes like some of the limitations. But again, no tool is perfect. No component is perfect. You'll always have to sync between what is good for us and what we can afford to miss it in the limitation. So that is nothing but a data flow. Now, coming to this, this is the option which we were talking about, Power Query ribbon, and you can see the marking like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can have a Power Query ribbon, query pan, diagram view, data preview. So to answer the previous question about the data flow, right here the data flow gives you like a power view, like it's a Power BI's Power Query view, but in Azure we have a different one. Now here we can see all these options, remove columns, row columns in that. But maybe if you're talking on Azure, it was a different way of doing it, right? So we have all this components, and then if you want to copy the data, we will be integrating data flow and pipelines, and we can also schedule it. We can schedule it at a specific time, and we can also call the data flow in the pipeline. See, let's say for example my data flow has to run at every day 6 o'clock, then I cannot run it only data flow. I will have to put into a scheduler. This pipeline will help me in scheduling it, correct? So it will incorporate data flow, add notebooks, all of this we could be able, because data flow is very easy. We can easily integrate with any of the other component. Now with that, we'll see about orchestration. The word orchestration is like a basic word for data engineers. Always they'll use the word orchestration, orchestration, orchestration. What is this orchestration? Orchestration is a process where right from one place to other place, the data or the entire pipeline runs very smoothly, right? I'll tell you. You would have seen in most of the reels or most of your craft things, they'll simply drop a ball from top. Now it goes to multiple steps, multiple boxes, come out, go in, go out, flows through the tunnel, comes back again, slopes it down, and finally reach the target. That is the best example of orchestration. You switch on the main switch, everything automatically goes without any flow difference, right? Without any disturbance. That is what is orchestration. And that orchestration, we could easily do it with the help of pipelines. Now, pipelines is basically like a flow, one after the other. I will run this, post that, I'll run that, I'll run this, I'll run that. What happens if it fails? What happens if it falls, if it passes? So all of this could be handled within the pipeline. With the pipelines, you can add multiple activities, data flows. You can also add your transformations, notebooks, everything you can add it. And that's the beauty of this. And the good thing is it can also be parameterized for every project, every use case, every day. Do you think I'm going to build a pipeline? Definitely no. We could use some sort of parameters. Parameters is by sending the date, by sending the project name, by sending the module name, we can easily run our pipelines. So pipeline becomes your main component here. Without pipeline, it's very difficult to run your project. So pipelines is a key here. And that is why I said it's an orchestration. In the orchestration, I'll always say chest. How important is your chest to your body, right? That is exactly what it means in your orchestration. You need to have this for a smooth running of your pipelines. Now, talking about the activities, some of the common activities, you can use a copy tool activity where we can go and just give the source and destination. Very simple here, very simple. Copy activity, you can get the data from anywhere to anywhere, right? You can, but most preferably we'll be getting from anywhere to Fabric. Because we're talking about Fabric, we need to respect the tool, we need to respect the environment. So anywhere we can get it to our system. And that is the first step. If you want to do some work, if you want to do projects, you will have to get the data from different teams to your Fabric, and that is what is done by copy, right? Now, also in this AI world, our Microsoft is making our work easier and easier. So they have given some templates also. You need not even go and drag and drop here. We can go and use the templates. Okay, there are user templates. You want to get the data from files, you want to get the data from ADLS, you want to get the data from warehouse, you want to get the data from bulk copy, everything template is there, and you just need to go and use a template, right? Now, you can see here for a pipeline, you have three things here. You can validate, you can run, you can schedule, and you can see the history. So this comes under monitoring pipeline, right? So you know a plumber, right? What does he do? He builds the pipeline and then he goes out. But what you'll do? After 1 year, you'll call him back. Why? Hey, check if the pipeline is any damaged, if the pipeline is having any hole. You'll ask them, right? That's a monitor. It's monitoring the pipeline. So not only running the pipeline, we also have the features where we can completely monitor the pipeline activities. Now, coming to my favorite, which is Spark. I like this name because it always creates a spark in your career. The Spark is one of the framework which is used for most widely used in every project for data processing. If you have this one word in your resume, just simply go and add this one word in your resume. You'll see the difference. Every company, right from a startup to $1 billion company, every company is now evolving and they have started using Spark. So Spark is one of the on-memory computational processing framework. You can process the data very fastly. There is no other framework has come till now which can beat the speed of Spark. SQL is there, that's a different, but we are talking about processing here. For processing Spark, right? We can process it as fast as possible. And that's why it's always on top as of now. No other competitor for this. And for this, it is a large scale data analytics as well as engineering, and it provides a Spark clusters and which will enable to analyze and the process data at scale. What do you mean by at scale? Like if the data is increasing, the Spark clusters also could be increased and we could do the processing faster, right? So if you really want to get into a high paying job, apart from the certification session, I'm telling you, master this because company needs a Spark specialist. I myself am hiring a Spark specialist. We need them because those guys know how to process the data at scale, at fast. So this is one of the framework which you can put it into your bucket list. Now, how do we use this? In fact, if I want to give a fair idea about how it works, the data will be divided into multiple systems. Each system does their own work. Finally, I'll be collecting and I'll be giving. Imagine I myself taking 4 hours of session. How does it work? 4 hours continuously. Don't you think I'm overloaded? So that's why we will divide the task among our 4 people and then we can perform better. So that's where the Spark uses the background. The data and the processing happens individually in each and every node, and then it will be collected together. And for that, this is one of the fastest way of processing it. And how do we run this? So we do have a notebook, and we can define a Spark definition jobs. So we can do this. So with the two ways, you can see as a preview, but in the recent times they made it public also. So now we can easily go and write our Spark code here. So we can directly open the notebook, and this is a notebook, an interactive environment for coding. So this gives you like if you guys have used a Jupyter notebook, this exactly looks like that, right? If you have used a Databricks, this exactly looks like that. You will be getting a 2-line code, and then you will be writing it, and you will have a run option. Again, you will get another line. Again, you'll get another line. Again, you'll get another line, and there is a run option. We can also go and schedule it. Everything you can do. Everything you can do here. So this is how we will be writing the Spark code. Now, and you can also upload some files also, Python files you can upload. If you have already taken some sort of on-premises code, if you want to go and dump that into your cloud, we can do that. Upload option is there, reference option is there. So all of this we can use it. Now in SQL we have something called table format, right? We have a table, we call it as a table. But in particularly in Python or PySpark, if you say, we will call it as a data frame. So what is a data frame? A data frame is a 2-dimensional data storage where it will be stored like a table format. So with this we can do analysis, and always remember, anything which is there in the table format, you can analyze it faster. Anything which is in the table format, we can analyze faster. So that's where this data, the data which you see here, files, data, and product. This product CS that you need to remember is you need to learn PySpark coding. That is mandatory. What you want to do to pull the data from SQL, you need to learn SQL, right? SQL database, you need to learn SQL. For Spark, we will have to learn something called PySpark. Remember this, Spark, PySpark. So PySpark coding, if you write it, you can directly go and write the logic and get it. So all this syntax is like a PySpark. Now moving on, here you can see you can save the data frame for further use, and that's what I said, you can store it as a file. Parquet is the most preferable file, which becomes easy for the other people to read it well. So it's a file which becomes easier for reading. But apart from that, Parquet, you can store it as CSV, flat files, Excel files, WordZip files. If you want in a table format, that is also allowed, right? So that we are doing here. Then
Santosh, I've got a question.
Yeah.
Does this support full PySpark and Scala?
Yes, it supports.
And also,
It is,
does it support the same Delta live tables like
yes, Delta
Databricks?
live table, it's not yet fully in operational, but they are trying to implement in the next 3 to 4 months. That's an update I've got from the Microsoft, but it's still not fully functional like a Databricks. Databricks has taken years to build that brand. Now these guys are improving. So as of now, the format of Delta tables is still yet to come.
Okay. And also in terms of transformations, is there support for DBT here?
DBT here, no, not it.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll be able to transform, and then we'll be able to load it. Now the question comes is, see, I have a project which we are maintaining from 2010 to 2026. 16 years of data. Listen, okay? 16 years of data. Each year, let's say we have 1 million of records. So 16 years, we have 16 million records. Now, if I ask you to go and search in the 16 million records, tell me what was the transaction that happened on 2013, March 12th. If I go and ask what will happen, literally it will go and search in all the 16 years of data. It go and searches in 16 million records. This is too much. I just want one data. For getting one data, why am I going and searching in 16 million records? So that's why, I will create 16 buckets. You can call it as a 16 files. Each file I'll maintain 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Now what I want, I just need 2013 data. Simply go and search only in this file. You'll be maximum searching in 1 million only. I know that which year I'm going to take the data. Now that becomes your partitioning. So partition is one of the way to improve your performance either while writing as well as reading. Writing, yes, it's a one-time step. Reading, it becomes much easier. So that way we can partition. Usually the preferred one, the most widely used is always year. Depending on the year, we'll be partitioning. But apart from that, we can do a lot of other ways of partitioning. More than one column, two columns, everything is possible, right? Now, if you see here, we can also use your Spark SQL. Okay, so what we can do, we can save this as a table. And we can use it. But this is not yet fully functional. Okay, not yet fully functional. Like whatever that we have in our normal data bricks, right? That is not fully there, but it's okay. It's still workable. But again, as I keep saying it, they are improving over time, and we can see a lot of features that is getting added on in the coming quarters. But this way, we can also write the SQL code. We can also create a temporary view. And by creating this, what happens, select star from product underscore view. If you do this, you'll be able to query the product view. You are doing it here only. Rather than going and doing it in a SQL, you can do it here only. It will still give you the data, right? So that is with respect to Spark SQL. Now, apart from that, you can also write your own logics here. Whatever you want, you can write the logic here. That's why I keep saying it. PySpark is must here, right? And we can use your SQL APIs. We can also write a normal SQL queries, native SQL queries. That is also possible. And you can also visualize this notebook, right? You can also visualize this notebook. You can go and say that instead of table, you can see the chart. You need not go and even bring it to Power BI. You can see here only. You have the data, you have written the code. You can also view the data here itself. That's even more an advantage for us, right? We can visualize it, right? And that is one way by using the built-in notebook charts. And another is like you can always use some sort of matplotlib, Seaborn. You can this. Another way is we always have the king with us. Who is that king? Power BI. You can put this into a table format and then you can go and load it. But the default methods either use a built-in notebooks or you can use a graphical packages. That is nothing but your Python packages. So like this, we can visualize the data. Now, in our session today, we were able to understand the complete overview. Data science, data engineers, data analysts, business developers, if I want to suggest them one playground to play for their games, I would prefer Fabric. Fabric is a playground where anyone can come and play their own game on their own pitch. That is what it is. And with that, we have discussed about data flows, pipelines, activities, and then we also focused on Spark, specifically writing the logic in Spark. Now, with this, you should be able to get a complete overview of our Fabric environment. Now, we will have a subsequent sessions on each topic, but my prime suggestion for you, start focusing on the concepts rather than dumps. By only reading dumps, it's not going to help you. For a certification, start focusing on dumps. I'll give you one a normal scenario that happened in my project. A guy joined my team, with 7 certifications in his bucket. He's saying I did PL 300, I did AZ 900. He's saying DP 600, DP 700, DP 800. He told me 7 certifications. And I asked him, what is the difference between all this? He was not able to answer. He was not able to answer. Then for what reason you are collecting the certificates? So certificates is for entry to your company, but the knowledge that you're going to learn to get that certificate is important. Don't blindly go with dumps. Doesn't work in real time. Understand the concepts, master the knowledge, and then go for the exams. You need not even read the dumps. You can directly go and learn, right? So with that, coming to end of our first session, and we can open.
Santosh, there is a question in the YouTube live. Someone is asking Chetan. So he's asking like, what is the difference between database, data warehouse, SQL Server, and MySQL?
Okay. See, data warehouse is a collection of your tables, and it is not used for live transaction. It is used for analytical transaction. Probably I'll be using a reporting where I need last 15 years of data, 10 years of data. Now that's a data warehouse, collection of tables which tracks your historical records. Now, what is a live database? Live database is like basically capturing your live data. You go to an ATM, you go to a transaction, and immediately your bank should affect that record. It works 24/7 even in the untime, right? So that is what database is. So database stands for OLTP transaction, online transactional processing. So data warehouse is for online analytical processing. Now in the database, right, we have different versions. SQL Server is one database, MySQL is one database, Postgres is one database. So like this, we do have different databases.
Yeah, thank you, Santosh. So is anyone having any questions in the current session?
Okay, thanks. So I think Mohan, yeah, you can go, please.
Yeah, I had a more fundamental question. What is the difference between Fabric and Azure? It's a bit confusing. I think Fabric is built on top of Azure. So what is it? Basically a subset of Azure services? That what is Fabric?
Say, I'll give you a very simple example. You go to a restaurant, you will find 200 items on your item, that is menu bar. That is Azure, right? You'll get everything. If I open an Azure portal, you can build a website, you can build a mobile application, you can use it for engineering, you can use it for analytics, you can use it for n number of purpose. That's an Azure, right? But if I want to eat only ice creams, why will I go to a big restaurant with 200 items? I will choose only an ice cream shop, right? I will go in only to that particular shop. That is exactly Fabric. So Fabric is on top of Azure only, but it comes with a limited services. That limited services is only for data related jobs. You want to build a model, you want to build a data science project, you want to build analytics, only for that. So it's basically you can categorize as desserts from your main restaurant. I'm creating as a separate restaurant. That is exactly what they have done for Fabric. Azure gives you everything. Fabric gives you one component, and that component will be all related to your data.
All right. So I don't think we have any more questions. Okay, thank you, Santosh. Thanks for joining with us. Thanks for taking our first session. I think there is one question. Ajay, can you please read that?
1 second. Which one? Yeah. So the question from Anirban Mana. Can you tell the hierarchy flow of data warehouse, lakehouse, and data lake, Santosh?
Sorry, what is the question?
The hierarchy flow of data warehouse, lakehouse, and data lake.
Hierarchy flow.
Anirban, if you are in the call, just can you explain like what you are asking?
Okay. See, here the topic, the question is, can you tell me the hierarchy of data warehouse, data lake? See, the first is lakehouse. Okay, that's the top. Inside the lakehouse, you can build a table format. That is a warehouse, right? But data lake is basically like a files. So the top will be your data lake, followed by your lakehouse, and followed by your warehouse. If you're asking hierarchical, or if you're looking for any other question, please clarify the question. But from your question, I can say the first will be your lakehouse, followed by data lake, and followed by a warehouse.
Also, I've got another quick question.
Yeah.
Now, when Azure basically had Data Factory, which was an excellent ETL platform, ETL transformation, and an orchestration platform, what was the objective in building data flow? Because if you look at what Data Factory does, it does more like what Matillion and something like Apache Airflow, all of that encompassing does. Now, what is the objective of reinventing the wheel with data flow in Fabric? Can they not just use Data Factory?
See, the Fabric and Azure, it's two different environments and two different grounds, right? So why am I clubbing my data flow from there? Why can't I use here? It's like, I'll give you a simple example. You know cricket ground, right? The playground, okay? In the playground, in the ground, there is a one component called pavilion. What is pavilion? Or there is a dressing room. What is a dressing room? The players just go and get ready, right? Now the question you're asking, there are two grounds. This ground people, can I go and use that dressing room and come and play here? Is that possible?
No.
That is exactly why we have two data flows. One in Azure, one in Fabric. We cannot use one and here, like we cannot go multiple shift and lift here. Do the data, copy the data. I cannot do that. That is the reason why they have two different data flows. It's not like a reinventing the wheel here. Already wheel is there. I'm bringing that wheel here and I'm using here.
And also, I've got a question. Does it support all the connection types that Data Factory supports? And in terms of like for structured data, in Azure, we had Synapse and Synapse Analytics, right? Is all of that available within Fabric and in Data Flow now?
Azure's data flow has n number of features, which is there in the market for 15 years. Fabric is there in the market for 3 years. So you can compare a 15-year-old with a 3-year-old. You may not find all the features as of today, but is expected to move on, grow on in the coming days. But majority of the functionalities we have. Okay, so thank you all for attending this session. And if you have any questions, please reach out to our team. Our team will help you, and you can also use the same chat for questions, and we will respond to your chat. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Santosh. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Santosh.
Yeah. Team, there is just a small announcement. Due to some medical emergency, Anusha is not available. She won't be able to take the session. So what we planned from NDAC community. So I'm going to take up that session. So it means that data warehousing and semantic model, two sessions I am going to take, and the real-time intelligence and fabric governance is going to take care by the Rajendra, which is 12 to 1 p.m. So now let me share my screen. So Ajay, can you please start recording?
Yeah, 1 second.
Just a minute, team. Let me turn off my video. Hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, yes, Suparna.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for joining. I know Santosh is already given a high level overview about all the fabric workloads. So now in this session 2, Majorly, we are focusing on the data warehousing. This is short introduction about myself. So I do have 8+ years of experience in data analytics field. I am the founder of this next gen data aspirants community, and I am a Microsoft certified data analyst, analytics engineer, and data engineer associate. And I have been working with this retail, e-commerce, and energy banking domains. Now, so in this session 2, what I am going to cover, so it's basically you will get the in-depth knowledge about complete data warehousing. Here you can see how we can get started with the data warehouse, and here how we can load the data, then followed by query the data, secure the data, and monitor the data warehouse. Fine. Now, how?
Babu, sorry to interrupt here. Would you share that slide?
No, slides are not shareable. This is instruction from Microsoft.
It's actually classified slides. So instead of slides, so we will share the session recordings in our social media platforms. Just you can check our platforms.
Okay, I thought you were sharing something and explaining. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, fine. Now here, see data warehouse fundamentals. Here you can see data warehouse is a place where you can load the data, you can store the data, and here you can store the data, process the data, and finally you can send this data to your BI team for the reporting purpose. Now here you can see what is this fabric warehouses. You already know that in Azure there is a tool called SQL database. So SQL database, which is nothing but a warehouse. SQL database in Azure is nothing but a warehouse. So if I can compare this warehouse, it is equivalent to your Azure SQL database. So here the warehouse is the storage engine would be the OneLake, where you can store all the data in OneLake. From OneLake you can brought the data to warehouse and lakehouse, and there is one more thing which is real-time intelligence for KQL database, and also you can use for Power BI dataset, and there are so many others are there. So it's basically a single centralized data lake. So here it will support completely for, here you can see TSQL language. See, you may ask, see we have lakehouse. Lakehouse would support for primarily SQL language, but here you cannot perform DML operations. Okay, so just here you can use DQL, data query language, but if you are going and doing any alterations, updation, deletion, modifications, that won't allow in lakehouse with the help of SQL, because lakehouse is built on top of the delta tables. It won't allow you. So but you can do alterations, modifications, and everything in the data warehouse. Fine. Now, creation of a data warehouse. How you can create the data warehouse? You can go to the Fabric workspace. So from there, first you need to create a workspace. After workspace, here there will be one thing called new item. If you click on that, here right side there will be a window. From there you can select. This is actually a world user interface snapshot. From here also you can directly create a Fabric warehouse. Fine. Now, next, in how we can design a data warehouse. See, every project and in everywhere in data driven technologies, there will be a standard practice, and there will be a standardization of tables, which is called fact tables and dimension table. Now here the question is, what is fact table? See, fact table is a table where you will consist actual business information. So now let's come to the dimension table. What is dimension table? Dimension table is a table where you will have the lookup data. To connect with the respective fact table. So let's say here I have a fact table called Amazon sales data. So in that I have customer name, region, country. So instead of going and putting this customer name, region names in fact, what I will do, I will use dimension table along with some keys. So after building a schema, I'll connect between this fact and dimension with that hash keys, which is nothing but a common columns. So now here you can see there are two type of columns. One is surrogate key and one is alternate key. We will see in subsequent slides what is this in detail. Now let's see, and there are special type of dimensions also, which is time dimensions and slowly changing dimensions. Time dimensions is nothing but, here let's say if you have a data set, you need to you would like to perform some reporting for the trend analysis. For that, you can go and create separate calendar table, and slowly changing dimensions. We will see, we have separate slides for this slowly changing dimensions. We will see this in subsequent slides. Fine. Now, first of all, when you are building a schema, there are two standard type of schemas. The first one is which is star schema. It doesn't mean that it look like star. So here what would happen, if you see one fact table surrounded by many dimension tables. In fact table we have actual business information. In dimension table we have lookup information. This is the standard schema. Every organization, in every data engineer will follow in the real time. Now, let's talk about next schema, which is snowflake schema. See, snowflake schema, here you will get a fact table, and there are some dimension tables which is connected indirectly with fact table via some other this dimension tables. Let's say here in this case, let's say this geography is not directly connected with fact table. It is connected through dimension customer table. So snowflake schema also, when there is some limitation, some restrictions, in that case you can go and use this star schema. And there is one more schema is also there, galaxy or bridge schema. So that also you may implement. Fine. Now here you can see how you can ingest the data in data warehouse. Fine. Now here you can see there are, first one is fabric pipelines. So how we have a Azure data factory, which is we can build the pipelines in Azure. So here also we have fabric pipelines. We have FDF, which is nothing but fabric data factory. And the second tool is fabric data flow gen 2. See, data flows two types. One is gen 1 and another one is gen 2. So gen 1 is a legacy tool. Maybe already they rolled out an announcement, Microsoft people. So maybe we may expect in next year they are going to retire this gen 1. So because gen 2 is a advanced capabilities as compared to the gen 1. See, and one more thing, data flows is nothing but if you are familiar with, there is one workload Power Query editor in our Power BI. I can call this as a online Power Query editor. And you can do some cross database querying, and you can use some CTAS command, copy into command. With that, you can bring the data into data warehouse. All right. Now here there is a concept, you can clone the tables. If you are having the similar kind of tables, you can, with the help of cloning tables concept, you can copy the metadata, and you can use for development and testing, you can use for data recovery, and you can build the historical reports based on this data warehouse tables. Fine. Next, querying the data. See, here you can see, this is how data warehouse SQL user interface will look like. So here, just like that, here you can see schemas. There is DBO schema and there is guest schema. These are all default schemas. Now in this, there is a table section. Here we have four tables. Four tables. Four is gold and one other one is silver. And you can directly create tables. You can create views. You can create scalar functions. You can create stored procedures like your SSMS. You can create everything here. And see here, there is something. They are creating a view. On top of this fact sales dimension, this date gold and customer gold table. They are creating a separate view, and they are passing this to the BA team for the reporting purpose. That's what, as I mentioned, it's like using SSMS or Azure Data Studio. Here you will get some IntelliSense. What is meant by IntelliSense? When you are writing the code, it will give you some suggestions. And code completion, syntax highlighting. Here you can see it is highlighting the keywords in a blue color, and there are some parsing values and validation, and it will validate the your query also. If it is wrong, maybe let's say here you written in place of from, you can use FRAM. Then here it will show some error because the query validator, and here you need to change from to from to from. Fine. Now visualize the queries. See, if you are good at SQL coding, then there is no issue. Okay, now you feel, oh no, I am not very much good at SQL, so I would like to see the I would like to do the transformations with the help of user interface. So in that case you can go with visual queries. In that case you can go with visual queries. So visual queries is nothing but what you need to do. So here this is you can see this in data flow gen 2 also. You need to drag the table. See here, first the source followed by database table, and later here what they did, they joined this. After joining, again source database, and they perform one step which is merge operations. Again expanded the product. Again they did some filtering. Again they did some filtering. It's like a no code low code. It means with the help of user interface of this visual queries, with the help of user interface this visual queries, you no need to write any single line of code. Just you can use drag and drop. It's kind of your similar Power Query experience. Right click on this. Here you can choose, let's say I would like to remove some columns. Okay, you can remove. Just I would like to sort it ascending. I can select this, or else I can use the merge queries as you. It's all over. This visual queries is similar to our Power Query experience, where you can do this many operations, and there are many more are there, and there are many more operations are there. Fine. Now once if you clean the data, once the data is ready, first you need to build a relationship. You need to build a relationship. Let's say as I talk, there is a Amazon sales. There is a Amazon sales. I have fact table. In that fact I have region, customer, and country. So for that what I did, in this fact along with we have sales profit. I will create another region dim table, customer dim table, country dim table along with the key column. Now I will join this. I will join this with the help of which is nothing but relationship. Which is nothing but relationship. So with the help of proper key column, you need to join. You need to join. I mean, you need to make a relationship between the fact table and dimension table. You need to make a relationship between the fact table and dimension table. And but make sure you should have appropriate key column. Without key column, even God cannot build relationship between the fact and this dimension table. But you should have minimum appropriate key column. Fine. Now let's understand about semantic model. Once if you build the relationship between the fact to dimensions, so now once if you create any warehouse, it would by default create a semantic model. By default it would create a semantic model. So in that semantic model, see here, if you see, there are some key columns which is customer key, product key, sales order key, sales order date key, sales order key. So here what you can do, you can use friendly column names, hide columns or tables from view. Let's say if you are going and creating, let's say this is key column, just here we will not get any business information. We will not get any business information. So here what you need to do, just you can go and hide these columns. Why are you going and showing this? You can go and hide these columns. Basically this semantic model would be helpful for our Power BI users to build the reports and dashboards. Fine. Now once semantic model is ready, the flow how it will go, on top of the semantic model you can build the report. You can build the report, which is one of the famous BI intelligence tool, which is called Power BI. So see here, you can see on top of that semantic model they built this report. Here they are shown something sales by region for the financial year 2024. For the financial year 2024. Fine. Now here, now let's talk about just a minute. Let's talk about security. See, in data warehouse we have different data type of securities. One is role based access control, then the another one is SSL encryption. So Azure storage service, and followed by, you can see these are all MFA, Microsoft Entra ID integration. Now we will see in detail what is this security overview. So first, before going to that, here you can see workspace. See, whenever if you are going to build any pipelines or any report in Power BI, you need to create something called workspace. You need to create something. If you are going to build the same in Azure, you need to create something called RG. What is meant by RG? Resource group. You need to create resource group. It's like your resource group. So in this you can create folders, you can do anything. But for this workspace, basically there are 4 type of roles, which is admin, contributor, member, and viewer. So this is as similar as like that your Power BI roles. So admin, which is having the supreme of the workspace, he can able to control all the things in the workspace. Contributor, he has the similar kind of privileges, but he cannot add another admin and he can grant the access to member viewer. Next, member, this is member, and contributor will create the reports, edit the reports, and he can share the reports. But while coming to the viewer is like just audience. They are sitting in the theater, they are watching the film. Okay, they are sitting in the theater watching the film. Now let's come to the items. Let's say warehouse, lakehouse, reports, dashboards, and semantic models. Here you will have separate access called item level access. You will have separate access called item level access. So for this, what you will get? So here you have 3. For SQL analytics endpoint, you have 3 type of access: read data, read all. Read means basically they can perform only select star commands. Read data means they can view the data, they can read the data. Read all means they can edit, alter, everything they can do. These are the security. Basically it would be applicable for SQL analytics endpoint and OneLake also. OneLake also you can implement the similar kind of roles. Fine. Now let's see how we can load the data into warehouse. So now here you can see there is one famous word ETL, which stands for extract, transform, and load. Here this is everyone knows. First you need to extract the data, then transform the data, then load the data, and there is one more thing called ELT. So few projects, they will extract the data, first they will load the data, and they will transform the data. Once if it is done, later you can apply some performance tuning options, you can optimize it, you can do it, everything. Fine. Now how we can store the data? Here you can see this diagram is representing extract, transform, load. Once if it is done, you can use staging layer also. So if it is completed, directly loading into data warehouse, you can use some staging layer, you can put, and here all, just a minute, all customer related data you can put it in one rack, and all product information data you can put it on rack. Later you can consume, you can share this with your end users, which is Power BI developers, So basically this staging and data warehouse will simplify your load operations, Now when you are loading the data, make sure that we have 2 type of loads. The first thing is full load, which is call it as a initial load. Full load, which is call it as a initial load. So here what you can do, you can load the data. It will take some long time. Why? Because you are doing the full load. It means that let's say you have 1 million rows. It will take some time and no history is stored. And here it is best for initial load. Initial load it is best. Now let's come to the incremental load. Incremental load is nothing but, let's say now we are on the July. I have data from 1st Jan this year 2026 to again June 2026. So with the full initial load, first I loaded this data. Later when I am going and loading, once this July month is over, I am going and loading. If I can again initiate full load, then it will take all the data from 1st Jan to till 31st July 20. Instead of that, I will go with incremental load concept, which will just load only July 2026 data. So here, based on the timestamp, it won't take much time, faster updates, and based on the timestamp column, you can do the incremental load. Fine. Now here, if we talk about these keys, surrogate key, what is meant by surrogate key? Here you can see it is a unique identifies and instead of dimension entity. It means that, see, in a customer table, you all are there, me also there. For me, they assigned 123. For someone, they assigned 124. For Mahesh, they assigned 125. But here, customer key, you can see again 126. For, let's say, for Gopi, they assigned 126. So customer key should be a unique. It's a surrogate key in customer dimension. But while coming to the alternate key, here, let's say 123 me. This is something customer key they will give based on the operational source system from where I am operating. Let's assume I am currently in Bangalore. So at the time they given the customer key is a B543. Let's say after 2 months I shifted to Hyderabad. See the similar kind here. Let's say they will change this H543. It means from Bangalore to Hyderabad I shifted. So obviously my address will change. So that for tracking purpose, they will change this alternative key. They will change this alternative key. Fine. Now create this one. See how you can create the tables. See the same way it's everyone knows. You can use create table, table name, column name, data type, and you can specify is there any constraint. Again column name, data type, column name, data type. Here the same way how you can create table in SSMS, the same way here you can create in the data warehouse also. Fine. Now next let's talk about slowly changing dimensions. So here you can see slowly changing dimensions. Ideally till I mean 2 to 3 years ago we have only till 4. Recently see it went up to 6 slowly changing dimensions. 0. First let's talk about 0. It will never change. Next 1. 1 means overwrite no history. Let's say as I mentioned, when I shifted from Bangalore to Hyderabad, automatically in Bangalore row it will overwrite with Hyderabad. It means that it is overwriting. It will not preserve the where I stayed in the past. Where I stayed in the past. So this is CDC, so SCD1. Next, SCD2. It will append, track the changes. It will append. Let's say that's what. First I am living in Bangalore. I shifted to Hyderabad. So the next minute it will enter a row like this. Previously we seen here. This is like slowly changing dimension 2. Next, then it will add a history column when I was changed and what date, what time, and everything it will create. And slowly changing dimension 4, it will create separate new dimension table. It will create separate new dimension table. And if I talk about this 5 and 6 are, it's like type 2 for large changes. Type 2 for is there any bulk changes, and 6 is combination of type 2 and type 3. So it is combination of type 2 and type 3. So basically in real time, usually everyone will follow this slowly changing dimensions 2. Now that's what. Here we have the example for there is a dim product. See here what they are doing. It is existing product record and it is new product record. So here the thing is, let me tell you one layman example. See you purchased a water bottle. You purchased a water bottle last year that is red color. So later what you did, again you are going to purchase the same water bottle with blue color. So here what's happening, if you are using SCD1, it will override the red. It will override. If you are using SCD2, it will keep this row also, it will keep this row with the latest date. Let's say I purchased in a 1st Jan 2025. Now this year I am purchasing in a 7th July 2026. Now it will, with this date identification, it will keep this row and it will keep the history and it will track the new changes also. It will track the new changes also. Now loading the fact tables. Here you can see, I hope you all aware of the syntax. So here with the help of this insert tables, with the help of this insert commands, you can load the data into fact tables. So here you can use surrogate keys, you can use current flag, start date and end dates. With the help of and start date and end dates, you can load the data into these fact tables. Now here you can see this is sample user interface of your data warehouse. From here, see if you click on the drop down, I think it's a older screenshot. Here it is showing only to data flow gen to data pipeline. With the help of this, you can brought the data into data warehouse. There is one thing called copy data activity. It is exactly like your Azure Data Factory copy data activity, and you can schedule it, you can use the parameters, and you can delete the data also. You can delete the data also. See here, you can see new visual query. This is already we discussed it. This is new visual query. You can build directly new report, and we will see this new measures and all in our subsequent slides. Fine. Now the famous copying data, copy activities, copy data assistant. So copy data assistant is like that. Here you can choose first data source. Let's say here NYX taxi green, NYX taxi green. So now here, once if you choose, you can connect to data source. Then you need to specify the destination. Then you need to connect to the data destination. Then if all the things is clear, directly you can click on the next. You can connect to, you can push the data with the help of copy data assistant. Let's say Azure blob storage. Your data is in the Azure blob. You can take this as a data source. You can take this as a data source, and data fabric data warehouse is your data destination. So here you can bring with the help of copy data assistant from blob to fabric data warehouse. Fine. Now how you can load the data into TSQL with the help of some connection strings are this one. See, this is like if you are familiar with blob storage, this is like blob core windows.net. In that there is a container folder. In that we have star means all the CSV files. Star means all the CSV files. We are loading the CSV file. In the same way, we can load the Parquet file. It's just ending with star.parquet. So here from external Azure storage, with the help of copy statement, this copy into my table from this one with file type CSV, you need to pass some SAS keys and SAS token, and you can copy the data from Azure to data warehouse with the help of this copy statement. Fine. Now loading from other data sets. When I say other data set, let's say in your fabric workspace, you have another data warehouse. In there are some dimension. You are going to bring that into, let's say, sales data warehouse. So with the help of CTAS, CTAS stands for create table as select. With the help of this, you can brought the data. You can brought the data. So into another data warehouse, it is nothing but cross database querying or cross workspace querying. Cross workspace querying. Fine. Now next, let's see data flow gen 2. In data flow gen 2, so that's what I'm mentioning. It is a online Power Query editor. It is a online Power Query editor. So here you can see in this online Power Query editor, what you can do first, you can data with data flows. So let's say this is Lakehouse. From Lakehouse in data flow gen 2, you can bring the data and you can perform and you can transform the data. Later you can push this to the data warehouse. That's what the difference between data flow gen 1 and data flow gen 2. Data flow gen 2 is, here you will have a luxury to push your data to destination. See here, we have data destination option. But in data flow gen 2, we don't have data destination option. So here it will support a very good number of data destinations. If time permits, I'll show you in Fabric. Okay. So here you can see connect data source. As I mentioned, you can perform the append or replace the similar kind of whatever Power Query transformations, append queries, merge queries, and splitting columns, merging columns, and everything. You can do it, and you can add the destination. See, as of now, these are the destinations, which is Lakehouse, Warehouse, Azure SQL Database, Azure Data Explorer, Azure Synapse Analytics, and you can publish. Once if you here, you can choose data destination. You can publish this to your data destination. Fine. Now here, so far we discussed about only data warehouse, destination, copy tool, and SQL language. But where is AI is playing the key role? Here you can see Microsoft inbuilt tool, which is nothing but Copilot, inbuilt AI tool. So it is integrated in everywhere, not only in Fabric Data Factory or Fabric. If you can go currently in these teams also, we have Copilot. You can once this meeting is over, you can ask the Copilot, please summarize the meeting points. It will summarize. Like this with the help of this query. See here, transform the gender column. If male is 0, if female is 1, then convert it to integer. So automatically here what happened? It is converted. So but there is a limitation. You may ask, for Fabric trial license, can I get Copilot? The answer is no. The answer is no. If you would like to use Copilot features, which is AI features, you should have at least F2 capacity, minimum F2 paid capacity. If you have only F2 capacity, then only you can able to use your Copilot. This is what some restrictions, some limitation from the Microsoft Fabric, because if they are granting everyone will use, maybe they will incur more cost to the Microsoft. That's why they restricted for the free trial license. They restricted for the free trial licenses. Fine. Now let's see how we can query the data in Microsoft Fabric. See here you can create the aggregated dimensions. You can create the aggregated dimensions. See here, you can see here what's happening. We are taking calendar year, calendar quarter, and we are doing total sales. We are doing total sales. So in this, so we have multiple tables. I'm joining with this fact sales with dim date on date key column, and here I am using the group by calendar year, calendar quarter. Why? Because before aggregations, whatever the we write, we need to write it with the help of group by, and later I am going to order it by calendar year and calendar quarter in a ascending format, So like this you can create the aggregated measure with the help of dimensions. Now here you can see there are some joins in Snowflake schema. So here you can see you can use multiple joins. Here what's happening, product category wise I am going to create one new table, how many items sold. So in this I am joining fact tables with dim product on product key and product key. Again I am joining these two with dim category with category key and category. See, it means here I am joining more than two tables. Here I am joining more than two tables, and followed by I am grouping it and I am ordering it. Fine. Now here this is very important, and it's my favorite functions in SQL. Row number, it means it's a window functions. We call it as a window functions. Okay, it is a window function. Basically it will help you to get the some rankings. Let's say there is a customer, there is a sales. So I would like to see the 5th rank customer based on the sales. What I will do, we can use this window functions. Basically there are row number, rank, dense rank. This is something entire. This would applicable to only SQL Server. This is not presented in MySQL. And there are two remaining. I think that is first value and second value. There are two other window functions. Now here you can see row number. So here what will give you is it will give you the row number. For each row it will give you one row number. And rank will give you the ranks, and it will, if there is a tie rank, so what it will do, it will skip the rank. Then while coming to the dense rank, it will, if there is any tie, it will ignore the rank, it will start from there. Here you can see there is sample syntax. Here what's happening, they are assigning the row number for this category product name with the help of this list price, and this here they are doing rank based on the dense rank, this entire, and this one. Fine. Now next, here SQL editor. Here you can see SQL editor. Just a minute. Here here you can see they are showing some small demo. Just a minute. Okay, that's fine, don't worry. So now see here in this video, see they are showing something. Here what you can do, here you can write your TSQL language with the, you can drag tables or views, functions and stored procedures. So here it will support for IntelliSense, and it will store in my query. See, let's say you created one query, so that query automatically will save in this query. Again you take in one more SQL query too. Again if you did some query, again it will save this as a SQL query too, where you will track all your queries here. Now here you can see you can save your results two type. You can save as a view, or else you can save as a Excel file also. That's what here they are showing in this. See, here you can see first here they are saving as a view. See here what they are doing. See they are going here. See new SQL query. So we can save this as a view. And from here there is option called download Excel file. From here there is option called download Excel file. You can directly this as a Excel file for your internal analysis. Now let's see visual query. See here they are showing some samples. See they are dragging the file. See automatically it would generate a visual query. Automatically it would generate a visual query. Again they are choosing the columns. They are choosing only particular columns. In this demo here you can see they are selecting payment type, fare amount, surcharge amount. Once if they select, see automatically it is expanded the visual query. Automatically it is expanded the visual query and it is showing everything. Again they are sorting it. They are sorting the columns based on some column. Let's see what column. It is sorted the rows based on the fare amount. This is how you can use. That's what as I mentioned earlier. As I mentioned earlier, here you can see it's a graphical user interface, automatic query generation, and you can save this as a table or view. You can save this as a table or view. So here you can see save as table. You can download this as a Excel file. You can download this as a Excel file, and also here you can see save as view. That option is available here. Fine. Now next, see so can I connect that data warehouse with my this SSMS? Definitely, why not? You can open your SQL Server SMSs. You can pass your SQL connection string from the data warehouse. Directly you can use that with the help of this MFA authentication. You can connect it. See here you can see this is data warehouse connection string. This is sample data warehouse. In that we have this many tables. You can directly do transformations and everything. So automatically it will sync to your Fabric data warehouse. Now let's come to the most important topic, DAX calculation. This is my favorite topic. So DAX. So you all thought that only I can create the DAX in Power BI or in Power BI services in semantic models. But here from data warehouse also directly you can create the DAX measures. Directly you can create the DAX measures. So here you can see from this you can create the DAX measures with the help of this new measure. With the help of this new measure. Here what happened? Here they took variables. So calculate sum of sales dates YTD. Basically they are calculating the month on month sales. They are calculating the month on month sales. Fine. Now next
So,
see.
question. I have a question on the DAX one. Now, DAX is supported basically on an analytic model, right? So Power BI has got a really an SSAS engine there, which is SQL Server Analysis Services. So how does Fabric support DAX calculation on a table?
See, on a table means it will does not directly this it would not load into Fabric table. Here once if your data you build a schema on top of the schema in data warehouse in on top of the schema, here on top of the semantic model you can create the new measure. You can create the new measure. It doesn't mean that this month over month sales will be directly go and added in a TSQL table. It will add to your this model. It will add to your this model.
Yeah, that was a question. So the semantic model is basically like an analysis services model, right?
Yes.
Is that right?
No, yes, no. That semantic model you can use it many ways. There are different type of modes. Analysis means that I can understand you. You can use it import mode, direct query, direct lake. In Fabric, we have there is something called direct lake mode. In this way, you can use this measures in the direct lake mode.
So that means in our pipeline, say for example, we have got the lakehouse, and from the lakehouse we are loading it into Synapse, and on top of Synapse we have built a semantic model. Do we need to refresh the semantic model every time in the pipeline as well?
No, not required.
So once the underlying Synapse layer is updated, the semantic model automatically gets refreshed?
Yes, it would refresh automatically. That's what they come up with a new mode that is called direct lake mode.
Okay.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. So now let's see how we can monitor. See, so far what we discussed, just we are creating the tables, we are building the tables, building the schemas, writing the code, building the star schema mode, snowflake schema. But how we can monitor? See, everything comes with some, which is nothing but cost. You need to limit your cost. Your organization doesn't allow, I want F56 capacity, I want F64 capacity. Based on the your needs, you need to monitor. You need to restrict unnecessary queries. You need to restrict unnecessary queries. As part of that, here you can see there is something called Fabric Capacity Metrics app. Fabric Capacity Metrics app. Here you can see this is sample capacity metric app. Here you can see in this. So here what was the consumption? Dataset consumption, it means CUs. Here the filter is applicable to CUs, warehouse, lakehouse. Next, so here you can see what was the last 14 days. How many CUs? See here you can see there is something Fabric Capacity Metrics preview which is highlighted in. It is, see here you can see billable, both billable and performance delta, item size. So here where you will get all the monitoring. Basically this is accessible for only Fabric admins. This is accessible for only Fabric admins. So where you will feel, when you are working, your refresh is taking more long time for semantic model or some other thing. So almost your capacity is consumed. Automatically you will get an update from your Fabric admin. Why are you refreshing again and again? It is consuming more CUs and it is incurring more cost. It is incurring more cost to our capacity. Like that you will get a update from your Fabric admin. Now here you can see warehouse operation categories. So here you can see there are some operations, warehousing query. So warehousing query, the CUs, it is consuming this much. 5 users are using and duration is this much. And here SQL analytics endpoint, you can see this much CUs are consuming, this much duration in seconds. Users are 6 users. Like this, here you can see different things. See background, interactive percentage, non-billable. Like this is moreover it is related to Fabric admin. Here you can check, but you should have access, then only you can able to access this. Now next, let's see cross database reporting, some and all. Here you can see monitoring the current query activity. Let's say here you can see there are some sample queries. Let's say in your team 4 developers are there, they are running some queries and you are the team lead and you need to monitor what they are doing. If you would like to see what is the long running queries, just you can use this. So request ID, session ID, start time, total elapsed time. So here you can see, so based on this, what is the long running queries? And here you can see for session ID, you can see this, based on this, here you will get the which user is using. Then terminate the session. Let's say if it is taking some time, long time, it is not getting the rendering the results. So what you can do with this command, you can terminate the session, but this is applicable to only admin. See, there are some queries, don't think that I am running, no one is seeing, because there is a big boss back behind you. They will track you what you are doing. Now, this is something called query insights. See, what is the queries which run from previous hour? With the help of this start time and get UTC date. This is long running queries or multiple runs. This is sample snapshot of long running queries and multiple runs and frequently running queries. So let's say I would like to know what are my teammates are frequently running the queries. So with the help of this code, I would like to get frequently running queries. Fine. Next, let's talk about security. See here you can see, let me tell you, everyone will have their own credit cards and email ID, some phone numbers. So in this, when your client is sharing your report, or if you are going to share this report to something, no one will share you credit card number, no one expose their credit card data. For that there is a topic called data masking. So masking is a concept where you will mask the data with the end users or with the restricted users. You can use like this cross mark, you can just display last 4-digit numbers. You can display last 4-digit numbers. If you would have an observed in your internet banking also, it will cross mark. When you open your digital ATM card, first it will show like this. At the end, it will show only last 4 digits. Now here you can see masking rules. This is, let's say, first by default you can apply full mask. You can apply full mask. Let's say there is a restricted data. Let's say Aadhaar card. Let's say I'll take Aadhaar card. You can restrict it fully because that is a sensitive information in India. If you are from India, Aadhaar card is a identity card. Aadhaar card is a identity card. Next, email. For email, let's say ABC kumar@gmail.com. So you can just mask this abc.kumar, then custom test. So you can specify how many characters you can mask it. You can, with the help of n, custom text means you can specify it. And random, with the help of some random queries, you can randomly alternative word or after 2 words you can mask it. Fine. Now here there are some few examples for dynamic data masking. Here you can see there is a table. There is a table email. There are 2 emails, salary is there. See here what's happening. Select email salary from employees. So there is a user called Kim. So if they log in, they will see. First of all, once what I did here, I will alter the table, column email mask with the column email, and I will alter the employee masked with this one, grant unmask. If I give grant unmask, so then only Kim will able to see this. See, for Kim, she had access, but for others there is no access. Let's say for Gopi, for Ajay, they don't have access to this. So that automatically they will see like this because this is masked. Fine. Now let's talk about row level security, which is RLS. So row level security, you can apply it to row level. In Fabric warehouse also, you can apply the row level security as like in our Power BI semantic models. Now, how to implement row level security? Here, there are some predefined functions. With the help of that, let me show that to you. Here you can see there is a scenario. Sales representative can only see the associated orders in the sales table. Okay. Here what you can do, you can use this one. You can, with the help of, you can create a function. With the help of this schema binding. You can use sales representative equal to username. Let's say I am logging with my login. So corresponding sales only I can able to see because that corresponding rows would be filtered. That's what it is meant by RLS, row level security. It's not a CLS, column level security. See, here you can see, you can update also. You can select, update, delete comments is also there. Next, again, you can use column level security also. See here, I am granting the select on only orders to this one. First I am granting the for querying the orders column to Mary. Later what I am doing, I am denying the for using credit card column. I am denying. I mean I don't want to query the Mary to credit card column. For her, what will happen? Automatically this credit card column will not appear in her table. Fine, this is how it will work. See here, for Mary, it will show error, but non-restricted user. Here you can see, let's say I am the non-restricted user. I can able to see the credit card. But for Mary, if she can query, so this credit card is not found. Now, see, these are the some granular permissions. You can use grant, deny, revoke. Okay, fine. So with that, this data warehouse session is ended. So now I am opening the floor for any questions before going into the next third session.
Suparna, I just one doubt I have. Generally they used to say object level security. Object level security and column level security are same or different?
See, here let me tell you object level security, which is OLS, correct? So object level security, and you are talking about column level security. See, object means it could be table, okay, it could be column, See, column level security would fall under object level security. See, object, what is meant by object? Here the object would be table. Here the object would be column. So both are not different, both are same only. In this object, I can call this table as a object, I can call this column as a object.
Now in an object, can you also have a store procedure and a view as an object as well?
Yes. Ajay, any questions from the chat?
No, Suparna.
Okay. So do you start and stop and start recording, or else how?
Yeah, just I stopped the recording, Suparna, and like
Okay,
before start the
let me
third
close
session,
this.
right?
Let me
Again, I
open
will
the third session.
like give me 2 more minutes. Like whoever has any questions, they can put in the chat box, or else they can ask in the directly in the session. Yeah, we will definitely will take 2 minutes break. Yeah.
Hi Suparna, this is Srividya. Previously, Santosh explained a concept called like buckets. So, for example, if we have 15 years of data, we can bucket that we will fetch only required amount of data. Will that concept will be explained in next session, Suparna?
Next session means no. That is already over. That's basically fall under incremental refresh.
Okay. Okay, I'll
Yeah,
play
yeah,
the
yeah.
recording there.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Suparna.
Suparna, just wait for at least 5 minutes break so that everyone can recharge and join the session.
Also, Suparna, are you going to build one simple end-to-end use case from loading data into the data lake and from there into the lakehouse and data warehouse to demonstrate all the capabilities?
No. Actually, this is just basically this webinar is only we are using for just certification purpose, and we are planning in the future. Actually, that's in the pipeline. We are going to planning a workshop end-to-end fabric data pipelines building with picking one use case.
Okay. And also, how can we get a Fabric trial account?
See, for fabric trial account, if you have organizational email ID, the first thing is if you have organizational email ID, which is nothing but work or school account, okay. So you can enable your trial. So what I'll do, just a minute. Let me open new window.
Suparna, you can share your screen.
Just a minute, please allow me. I'm logging in. Let me reshare my screen. I think for this trial is expired for me. Okay, that's fine.
I will show you.
Okay,
So
that
don't
we
worry.
will take it up later at the end of the session. This and all we will take up later. So I will show that to you. Okay. Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me minimize this.
Suparna, who asked that question, like how to activate the Fabric license?
I'm not sure.
Me.
Mohan, right? Yeah.
Yes.
1 second, Mohan. I'm sharing my screen. So Mohan, like if you have an organizational account, you can activate a trial license like without any paid license, right? You can activate your trial license. It will give a 60 days of free trial. So whenever you create a new workspace, right? Just I'm giving a sample demo. So just I'm giving a name test, and just you can select the workspace capacity, right? Power BI Pro and PPU license and the Fabric trial. Just you have to select Fabric trial or Power BI Premium. So just I'm selecting a Fabric trial. So and what I missed? Oh, it's not taking.
So Fabric is really part of the Power BI cloud.
It's not a part of a cloud, as Santosh said, right? It's a combination of multiple tools. You can integrate the all the ADF and the Azure, all those things. You can integrate all those things in the Fabric, like data warehouse and lakehouse, data pipelines and the ETL tools, right? You can get all those tools in the Fabric. So instead of using like individual platforms, right? So you have to pay the license fee like each and every platform, right? If you are using Azure, ADF, you have to pay the license fee, and if you are using Azure database, then again you have to pay the license fee, right? So the Fabric has a single license. You can utilize all those tools within the Fabric environment.
So that means if we have a Fabric license, we are licensed for the data lake, lakehouse, pipelines, Synapse, semantic models, all of that.
No,
Yeah,
let me step in. Mohan, see, Fabric license is like it's a bundled license, not like that. If you for Azure, we have pay as you go, but here there are different licenses, like which is starts with F22, it will go up to F524. So based on your requirement, once if you take F2, based on that license, it will show you what are the eligible items you going to work. Based on that, it's like a bundle package. It's like a bundle package. See, once if you are going and purchasing any product in the Amazon, so you will get some bundle package with the if you are going and purchase laptop, that is different. If you are going and purchase laptop along with headset, there will be some discounts. So here also we have there are two types. You can go with pay as you go. You can go with reserve capacity. Reserve capacity, it's a fixed amount. But if you go with pay as you go, whatever the services you will use, for those services only you would be charged. Okay, fine. Now it's 11.
1
please,
second, Suparna, I'm recording the session.
Please start.
Yeah, we are live,
Fine.
Suparna.
Fine. So now let me talk about the session number 3. Okay. So in session number 3, it's basically we are purely diving into semantic models. We are purely deep diving into semantic models. In this, here what you can do, you can see the what is semantic model layer, and followed by how we can design scalable semantic models, how we can optimize the model for Power BI performance, and enforcing the model security. This and all here we are able to see. Now let's see adding a measures to Power BI semantic models. See, the first thing is DAX. The first thing is DAX. So the DAX stands for data analysis expressions. So from data they took D, from analysis they took A, from expressions they took X, but I am not sure why they don't pick E. It's their wish, because Microsoft is a parent. If I can ask you for your child how you kept that name, that is irrelevant. Like this, they are taking that as a DAX, data analysis expressions. DAX is like it's a library of functions. And if you remember, in our Excel we have different kind of functions. in Excel, the similar kind of all expressions which is replicated in the DAX, the all functions which is replicated in the DAX. So here you can see you can build formulas and expressions. You can create calculated measures, tables, columns. Now here you can see this is some sample snapshot of that. You can create new table, you can add new column, you can create new measure, and there is something called quick measure. With the help of quick measure you can get some suggestions from your data model, you can get some suggestions. Now here you can see how you can create measures. So creating the measures, so as I mentioned earlier, here we have some formula. See in this example, for here they are calculating the profit, which is sum of sales minus sum of cost. So here what they are doing, they are calculating the measure. So this calculator icon is measure. So here it will calculate the result on the fly. On the fly means you will see in subsequent slides. Next, the one good added advantage is this is not stored in data model. This is not stored in data model. So this measure means this calculator icon. Next, it is responsive to interactions and indicated by, as I mentioned, calculator icon. Fine. Now here you can see understanding this filtering context. So here what happened, I created the total sales measure. I am using column chart here, just simply it is showing this total sales. Now after that what I did in bar chart, I am using total sales in the x-axis and here in the y-axis. So here when I am using this total sales, it is automatically this $1.35 million, it is filtered across 16, 15 and 14. Now again what I did, again I take a one more column chart. In this column chart, in y-axis I have total sales and in x-axis product ID. Now this total 1.35 million is filtered across all the product IDs, across all the product. This is called dynamic. This is called dynamic, and it is depending upon the filters. Depending upon the filters means, let's say instead of here, if I can drag region, according to the region, dynamically it will change. According to the region, dynamically it would change. Now here you can see this is a sample calculate function. This is sample calculate function. So here what happened, they are taking sum of the total price and they are applying the filter to year of 2015. Here what this is total sales, this blue color 1.35, but from that what is the 2015 sales, which is 0.66 million. Here I am filtering the data with the help of calculate. Calculate is a function where you can use multiple filter conditions. Okay, now let's talk about measures. So here you can see semi-additive measures. Measures means here you can create the measures based on the context. Let's say there are 4 countries, US, UK, India and Canada. I would like to see only India data. What I will do, I will take calculate sum of sales and country equal to India. I will take this like this, and time intelligence measures. You can use time intelligence measures means basically you can use time intelligence measures for trend analysis. Like how my sales is last year and how the sales trend is happening this year, and you can use some aggregated functions also. So here you can see last sales quantity for sum of sales, which is last date of order date. Fine. Now let's see, create a common table. See, I hope those who are working as a Power BI developers, they already know. If you are billing, let's say for example KSR sales, I will take KSR data vision sales. So in this, if you would like to build some time related analysis with the help of date column, you can separately create a date column. Team, can you give me just a minute? Fine. Now calendar table you can create, just a minute. Calendar table you can create as a separate dimension just to calculate time intelligence DAX calculations. What is that? Year over year, month on month, quarter on quarter, date on date. So previous year sales, with the help of this calendar table you can calculate that. Now here you can see this is the sample time intelligence DAX functions. Here what they did, they are calculating the total sales for previous month, total sales for previous month. Now here you can see calculate sum of sales previous month. So what happening, it is taking this is here, this 56 is here, 55 is here, this is here, like this it is calculating the previous month sales. Sorry team, I'm getting some cough, please bear with me. Fine, now let's see, just a minute. Now let's see calculated columns. So in this calculated columns, see the calculated column icon is like this. On top of some, then there is summation symbol. There is some summation symbol. Here you can see it is computed and stored in data model. It means that let's say there is a table, serial number, country. Just a minute. So here you can see there is something called serial number, country, and here product name, and here sales, cost, and I am going to add price column. So if I add, this will be added to your existing table. This will be added to your existing table. So it means that it is storing in my data model and it is increasing the model size. It is increasing the model size and it is recalculated during the data refresh. It is recalculated during the data refresh. Fine. Now let's see others. Now calculated tables. So in this you can directly create a table. So let's say here with the help of calendar auto, directly I am going and creating a date table. It means that it is creating separate table like this. This is new table. Let's say there is a table called serial number, country, state, city, sales. From this I would like to create a subset of table. Let's say for example city wise sales, summarize. For that we have a beautiful command which is summarize. With the help of summarize DAX function you can create a subset of table like this. Here it will be added one more table, it will be added one more table. Fine. Next let's see what is the difference between calculated column versus measures. Now here you can see
Suparna, I have a question on these calculated tables. Is it more like what you call summary tables?
yes. No, not summary table. See here in this example, just a minute. Here you can see there is date table. This is essential for performing some time related analysis. After that, here as per this example, I have country, state, city sales, but I need a analysis. For that I need to see the city wise summarized sales. For that what I will do, I will use summarize DAX function. It's, you can take it as a summarized tables are subset of table from your main table. It means that still it is referencing to your main table only. This is my main fact table. From here I am creating one more subset of table for city and sales here.
So the calculated table can be a combination, a join of both the fact and dimension table with aggregation in it. So I'm just trying to see the use case. Is that similar to a materialized view?
Yes, you can take that as a it's a kind of a materialized view. It's a, you can take few columns from fact, you can take few columns from dimension, and you can create it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now let's see this one. See the difference between column and measure is, see your calculated columns are it will be added to your data model, which is nothing but table. Your measures are invisible. Your measures are invisible. It will not affect the model size, but calculated columns increase the model size. Here, what it will happen, it will calculate the row by row, but DAX expressions are, it is dynamic expressions. If you drag this DAX measures, it will filter according to that visual. But, and here you can see this DAX calculated columns, it will store in PBX file, but it is calculated based on the filters. This is very, very important. Next, let's see how you can see the scalable semantic models. See here, there are something they mentioned: massive, complex, diverse, rapid, and valuable. Okay, fine. Now here you can see what is scalability and why it is important. See, whenever if you are going and building any semantic model, so it should be scalable. Scalable means whenever if you are going and filtering anything, if you are applying filters, it should retrieve the data as much as faster. It should retrieve the data as much as faster. So that's how here you can see flexibility. Models need to be able to accommodate and change. So based on the data volume or data growth, you can create semantic models. So in future, the data is growing. So the semantic model should not be slow. In that case, what you need to do, you can go and implement some, there is a concept called incremental refresh. And you can reduce the complexity. Like delete unnecessary columns, keep only necessary columns, and use proper data types. Like this, you can reduce the complexity of semantic model. Now, here you can see.
Suparna, I've got a question on the fundamentals of semantic model. Previously, we were building semantic models within each Power BI report, right? Now, the semantic model enables us to basically build a common semantic model. So that way, every Power BI report can consume the same semantic model instead of trying to build semantic models within Power BI. Is that the right approach?
Yes, you can build on a large scalable semantic model. From there, you can distribute that semantic model to your developers so that they can build their respective dashboards.
Thanks.
Yeah, fine. Sorry, team. Now let's see. These are the some you need to keep in best practices. We will see what are the best practices when we are going and building a semantic model in subsequent slides, and make sure that which mode you are using. See, we have direct query, import, direct lake. See, this is new mode. When the Fabric was launched, then only we have this mode, direct lake mode. And here there is one, while creating your workspace. Just now Ajay shown you, while creating workspace, at the bottom here you can see there is something called semantic model storage. We have only two options. One is small semantic model storage, another one is large semantic model storage. So that when you are creating, if you would like to build a scalable semantic model, you can choose this option, semantic model storage. You can choose this option as a semantic model storage. Fine. Now let's see in depth. Now here, choose best storage mode. Now we are in best practices. See, there you all know there are three modes: import, direct query, direct lake. See, import modes. What is meant by import mode? It means that you are bringing a copy of data and loading it into Power BI. It means that you have full control over the data. We have full control over the data, and you can create calculated columns, you can create measures, you can do whatever you want, because already what you did from database, you are imported means what you are doing. See, in e-commerce, we are seeing somewhere it is import material. Import means what? From America, from Japan, we are importing some electronic goods into India. Once if it is imported, there is nowhere relation to Japan or America. Like that, here what we are doing, we are completely bringing a copy of data into Power BI. This is called import mode. So that's what, as I mentioned, it will support all the transformations and require data refresh, but it need refresh. So if there is a new rows updated in database, what you need to do, you need to set up a gateway. With the help of gateway, you can refresh the data. Fine. Now let's see direct query. See, direct query is nothing but, let's assume this is a database. So this is your Power BI. Here you are Semantic, you are building it. No. So just here you are referencing the data. Here you are not bringing data into Power BI. It means that whenever, if you need any requirement, let's say you would like to change a data type, you would like to add a column, you need to rely on some other person. Just a minute. You need to rely on some other person who is none other than data engineer. Data engineers are the people which will help us for business. BI engineers, who is data analyst, to getting the required data from them. So for every time, let's say I would like to see one more column, what I will do as a data analyst, I will request, boss, I need this column, please add. Once if we add it, automatically again it will reflect here. Then I can build my report based on that. So that's what here you can see, connect to the data source and only stores metadata. It will not store actual data. And moreover, one thing is, it will support limited transformations. And it is stay up to date as a source. And DAX functions also, if we come, there are almost lot of DAX functions which will not support in direct query mode. But one thing is, here in import mode we have the luxury, but import mode, the limitation, one more limitation is, we have only some storage constraint. But here we don't have storage constraint. We can bring unlimited data, because we are not storing data into Power BI, just we are pointing it to database. Next, direct click. See, and there is one more thing, if you don't know, that is nothing but composite model. Composite model is a combination of import and direct query. See how you can do this. Let's say I have fact table, one dimension table. Let's say this is country, then this is dimension product. So what I will do, I'll keep this two as a import mode, and I'll bring this as a direct query mode. Now this semantic model, I'll call it as a composite mode, because fact table is a table which is having the actual business information, and it is, in terms of storage, it's a large table. Then you come to the dimension table, it's just a lookup table, so that it will have very less amount of data, and I can put this in a import mode. In that case, what will happen, it will act as a composite mode. Now let's see direct click. This is just recently when the Fabric was announced as a GA. At that time they were launched this as a direct click. Direct click means it connects to only Fabric Lakehouse. Direct click will not support any other data sources. It will only support to Lakehouse. And as like direct query, it will have a limited transformations, and it will have a limited DAX functions, and but it stay up to the data source. Here also in direct click mode, what will happen, let's say there is a fact, here there is one dimension, here there is one dimension, here there is one dimension, here there is one dimension. See, here there are some values, See, whenever I am applying any filter on top of the report, so what it will fire a query at the back end. So at that time, based on the processing data value, automatically, let's say this dimension data processes data volume is low, then it will automatically fall into the import mode. Then again this will be in the direct query mode. So based on the processing data, automatically it will adjust the import mode and direct query mode. Now next, see,
Suparna, I've got a question on the composite mode. Now you said we'll keep the fact table on a direct connection and the dimensions in the import mode. What's the advantage of that? Because even the dimensions, they are small, but they will be changing. What's the point in having the dimensions in the import mode and the fact in the direct mode in a composite?
See, in a composite mode, see, we are keeping anyhow that one in the, if you are keeping dimensions in the import mode, if you are keeping dimensions in the import mode, what will happen? Your data retrieval is faster. Your data, when I am applying any filter, any slicer on the report, it will fire a backend query. For fetching the data according to that filter, your direct query will take more time, but your import mode will take less time. So that's what it will consume less amount of time for import mode. For direct query, it will take more amount of time. So that in a combination of this both, let's say those two are in direct query, it will, let's say if it take 5 seconds, for combination of composite mode, which is import and direct query, maybe it may take 3 seconds, maybe it may take 2.5 seconds. The process of timing will reduce.
Thanks.
Yeah, fine. Now let's see what are the some best practices for data modeling. So here you can see, whenever if you have a tables in your database, let's say this is Azure SQL database, okay, you have some tables, okay, you have some tables. So the first point what they are mentioning, don't directly connect with your physical table. When I say physical table, it's a created table. If you request, your data engineers will create, let's say, view. This you can take it as a view. You can directly point it to the view, because let's say your physical table which is having 500 KB, if you create the view, almost it should be 50 KB. So view will store less amount of data with the same data, and also in your actual physical table you have 100 columns. That 100 columns is not required for your analysis. You can just request your data engineers to create a view with the selective columns. Let's say out of 100 I need only 70. I can request them to, boss, can you please only view with this 70 plus columns, so that I can consume in my Power BI for reporting. Like that you can only connect with the views instead of tables. That's what they mentioned here. Now include only necessary tables, rows and columns. This is very, 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 very important. See, unnecessarily don't load all the tables. See, wherever if I am seeing in past few of my projects, everyone directly using select star from ABC table. If you use star, it will import all the columns, but do you think really are you going to use that 100 columns? Definitely no. You can bring only selective columns, column name, column name, column name, column name, like that. Select, you can take that how many columns you require from table name. Like this, you can bring only selected columns, selected rows, like this. And this is one important thing, incremental refresh. Let's say as asked by someone, I have 15 years of data, 2015 to let's say 2016, 11, 26, 11 years of data. Now let me ask you a question. So this is, you can assume Swiggy data. This is, you can assume Swiggy data. I have 11 years. See, can someone answer, am I going to modify my Swiggy order details in 2017? Am I going to modify my order details in Swiggy 2017? Definitely no, because that is already done. It's almost 9 years ago. It's almost 9 years ago. Sorry, 7 or 8 years ago. Like this, what I can do from 2015 to, let's say, till 2025 December, 2026 December 31st, I will archive the data. And I will keep in refresh only 2026 from Jan 1st to till date. With the help of incremental refresh, you can reduce the refreshing time, because that is already historical data, that is never going to change. Even though if you are using Amazon also, if you ordered something headset in 2017, now are you going to modify that order? Definitely not. If it is in the recent days, you can return it or you can replace it, then the order status will be changed. Now the next concept is partitioning. So the partitioning is like that. You can partition, let's say you have different years of data. You can partition year wise. Usually in real time, by year we can partition the data. So that's what, with the help of incremental refresh partitioning, we can avoid unnecessary data. Fine. Next, Next, you can see here data types. So let's say you have a date column. You are using ABC data type, which is wrong, and it will impact you report performance and semantic model performance. You need to use date data type. For sales, it's a whole number or decimal number. Like this, you need to use the proper data types, which is integer, strings. Next, enable query folding. So when you are connecting any data from database, there is a concept called query folding. What it will do, it will generate a query. It will generate a query and it will reduce the burden on the Power BI engine. It will reduce the burden on the Power BI engine. Fine. Now that's what, as I mentioned earlier, there is something called as a best practice. You need to enable large semantic model. So this is something when you are creating the workspace, you can toggle this button. You can toggle this button. See, allow this model grow beyond default up to 10 GB limit. And semantic model sizes are limited only by capacity size, maximum set by the admin. So this is somewhere they will take care of Fabric admin. But this large semantic model storage format need either premium or Fabric capacity workspace. It won't work for Pro. It won't work for Pro. Now let's see incremental refresh. See, here you can see in incremental refresh. So here what's happening? Okay, the same slide. Here incremental refresh. That's what, as I mentioned, first you need to create a parameters in Power Query. There is no other choice. There are some not best practices. It's a mandatory. You need to use range start and range end. You need to use range start and range end. With the help of, you can use the range start. Here what I will do, I can select 2015 and here just a minute, sorry. So here what I will do, here I can select current date, which is 2026. So with the help of this, after that it will enable a pane in your Power BI desktop. From there you can specify, I need to archive the last 10 years data. Like this, here you can see here, this is archived. This is archived and this is import mode and this is enabled for the refresh. See, here it is refreshing. It is just some small demo video which is provided by Microsoft. Now here you need to configure the refresh policy. Data refresh change based on the parameters. Whatever the parameters you can change based on, I would like to archive 7 years of data. I would like to refresh only last 1 year data. Like this, it will refresh only last 1 year data. Next, partitioning. So partitioning means you can partition. Like this, I will partition year-wise data. So when if I would like to bring the data, just I will call only that 2012 data. I will call only 2025 data. And you can configure this with the help of SSMS or tabulator. And nowadays, there is something called TMDL view. With the help of this also, you can configure this. Now, let's see additional storage mode configurations. Here, this is sample snapshot. See, this is just a aggregate. Here you can select this, you can manage the aggregation. Now here you can see there is something called first import direct query. See, this is something called dual. This is something called dual. See, you can directly change this. Let's say if your data is in the direct query mode, you can change this to import. You can change this to import, but reverse is not possible. Reverse is not possible. This is possible, but reverse is not possible. Once if it is brought the data into your Power BI desktop, now it is not possible to again go back as a direct query. From Power BI desktop, you will find in the model view. You will find this in the model view. Now let's talk about relationships. See, here, as you seen in the data warehousing session, we have 3 types of schemas. Here also we have star, snowflake, and galaxy or bridge schema. See here, what it is showing, there is a fact sales table. It is connecting with product, territory, employee, seller, and dim date. Now here you can see this fact table is connected with dimension table with the relationship. Now let's see the relationship. Here we have many values. That's why it is star. And here only we have lookup table one value. Like this, it will connect like this. Star, 1. It means many to 1. Many 1. Many 1. Many 1. Like this you will get this. So this is also called as a dimensional data modeling. So one fact table surrounded by many dimension table. Now let's see snowflake schema. Let's go back here. Snowflake schema. Snowflake schema is a schema where this dim product would be connected with another dim table. This dim product would be connected with another dim table. Now let's say galaxy. If you have more than one fact table, there is one more fact table, and this is connected internally with some dimension table. This is called galaxy or bridge schema. Galaxy or bridge schema. Fine. Now here, understanding the model relationship. Here you can please understand. See what's happening in the
Suparna,
video.
a quick one. Can you please go back to the Galaxy model? Can you explain a little bit about the Galaxy model?
See, Galaxy model, just a minute. This is one fact table. And here there is one more fact table. Okay, there is a dimension, there is a dimension, there is a dimension, there is a dimension, there is a dimension. Now this is connected this is connected this is connected this is connected this. Now here more than one fact table, if you see, that we can call it as a galaxy or bridge schema. And again these two fact tables which is internally connected with via some other dimension table. That's why this dimension table which is acting like a bridge, it is acting like a bridge between these two fact table. That's why this is called it as a galaxy or bridge schema. If you having more than one fact table and that fact tables which is interconnected with the dimension table, that's called it as a galaxy or bridge schema. Rarely it will use in real time, but the standard schemas, star and snowflake schema, they will use.
So it's basically what you are saying is dimensions will connect multiple fact tables, right? That's the Galaxy model. But sometimes we can have basically fact tables which are related as well. Like say for example, I've got sales table, sales fact table, which is showing only sales data. Then I've got deliveries fact table, which is showing deliveries, right? And the deliveries are against the sales orders. So now both the fact tables are also related. Is that what you also call as a Galaxy table, or only when the fact tables are related through a dimension is what you call as a Galaxy?
No. Only fact tables is connected through a dimension table. As you mentioned, customer table, orders table, there is delivery table. So in between, you would have a lookup table which is called dimension table. So connection between fact to fact, it's not possible, and it is not a best practice also. It's not a best practice because it will build a many to many relationship. It will give you inconsistent results. To avoid that, yeah, with the help of dimension, we will connect these two facts each other. That I am calling it as a galaxy or bridge schema.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, fine. Now let's see here what's happening. The understanding of model relationship. Now let me tell you. Here, let's say there is a category dimension. The relationship is 1 to many here. Then in this product table, we have this category A. This one, category A, category A. Again, next here, the sales of this, what is the common column? 3 and 3 here. So for this 3, here we are getting this 11. So the year dimension is connecting from here to here as a 1 to many. So finally, when I apply filter category A, which is Jenny Jones, I will get the 11 as a sales for this year. 11 as a sales because Jenny has a made sales only in this 2018. Only in 2018 as a sales as, let's assume $11. Let's assume $11. This is how you need to understand the relationships. Now, let's see the relationships. See how you can relationships. This in technical terminology we will call it as a cardinality. You will call it as a cardinality. Now here you can see there are basically 4 type of cardinalities. I think they are included both in one. This is 1 to many, many to 1, 1 to 1, many to many. So here you can see this is many to 1. whenever if you have many, it should be star. 1 means 1. Now this is filtering direction. So it will filter from this product to sales. It will filter from product to sales. See, 1 to many, single. Many to 1, maybe both are single, but this is not recommended one. And 1 to 1, it is always both. And many to many, it is single, single, both. Ideally, if you use many to many, it will directly take both, but this many to many, you need to avoid in real time. This will give you the inconsistent results. This will give you the inconsistent results, and the relationship also not stable. Relationship also not stable. Fine. Just a minute here. Now here you can see how you can build the relationship from the DAX. You can have few DAX functions which is related table, user relationship, cross filter, combine values, treat as some parent and child functions. With the help of this, you can build the relationship. You can build the relationship. Let's see few examples in the subsequent slides. Now here there is a example. There is a example. Here what happening? The active relationship is order date to date. The which is in dotted, it is inactive. Which is in dotted, it is inactive. Which is in the dark thick line, it is active relationship. Which is active relationship, it is inactive relationship. So now here I am getting the order date by sales. Let's say I would like to see the ship date by sales. So for that, here see, that's what first thing they mentioned, sales by order date. This is fine because already we have a active relationship. Now here you can see, if I would like to activate, I mean sales by shift date. So for that you can use this measure, which is nothing but calculate total price and user relationship. Here you can mention this calendar date and sales date, but this measure is only applicable to this visual only. This measure is only applicable to, because here we are activating this relationship for calculating the sales price for only ship date. Okay, fine. Now here understanding the relationship evaluation. So here what you need to do, you need to use some regular relationship, some limited relationship. These are some standard best practices. Okay, fine. Now let's see write a DAX functions. So now here you can see use variables to improve performance and readability. See here, this is the one example. You can see sales YOY growth. Sales YOY growth. See here what they did. They are combined everything. They are combined everything in the 1-2 lines. See here, if I am seeing, I myself is confusing. What is this calculate? What is this parallel period? And what is this month? Again, why they are calculating? Again, why they are using again calculate parallel period? This and all this. So it's totally confusing. It's totally confusing. But now here you can see I am going with a year-over-year growth. First I am calculating sales prior year. So I am completely bringing this. I am completely bringing this into a one variable called previous year sales. Next, I am using one more variable, which is this one. So here what I am doing, sales, this is already default measure, sales minus this variable I am calling it here, sales minus previous year sales divided by previous year sales, and again I am returning this variable. Now it is looking clean. It is looking clean and understandable. But if you see for the first time, automatically on the first glance you would be panic. What is this? Why are they are repeatedly doing parallel period again and again? Like this, you will get a panic situation. That's what variables is very, very helpful to clean. It's mean for clean way of writing the DAX. Fine. Now next, iterator functions. What is meant by iterator functions? Those DAX functions which is ending with X, which is called iterator. It could be sum X, it could be average X, it could be min X, it could be max X. So this is called iterator functions. See what this iterator function. I'll take you one example. Let's say there is a data customer. There is a let's say cost and sales. So ideally, if I would like to calculate profit, what I will do, I will subtract this with this, so that here I'll get the profit column, but this has a calculated column. This has a calculated column because I don't want to overburden my data model. I would like to do it in my DAX method. So what I will do, I will take sum x, I will call table name, then I will subtract sales expression minus cost. So here what will happen, it will go and it will calculate row by row, it will calculate row by row, it will give you the exact same result, whatever I did with the help of calculated column. This is called sum x. Here also see they are mentioned same row by row calculation with the single value. Here what they are doing, they are calculating the total profit, which is sales quantity into sales minus cost. Sales quantity into sales minus cost. So here it will help you to calculate the row by row calculations, and no need to add the any calculated columns. No need to add the any calculated columns. Next, this is a just example of sample table filtering functions. Here you can see with the help of calculate table. Now I would like to see only 20 financial year 2018 sales. Financial year 2018 sales. So here what's happening? Here you are getting this sales, but when I am dragging, it is showing this sales here. But here, if I am applying in this screen, here I am getting the 16,429 sales with the help of this sum x and calculate table. So basically, calculate table and filter, these are the table level filtering functions. These are the table level filtering functions. Now let's talk about window functions, which is my favorite functions wherever it is in SQL or Power BI. So as like you have rank, row number, dense rank, here also we have that kind of thing, but here that is something called offset. You need to use the offset. See here, let's understand this one. See, you can get the previous year sales with the help of parallel period or same period last year, but here with the help of window function, you can specify the window of the data, and it is useful for ranking and running totals. Here what they did, calculate total sales, offset, they are giving the -1. You need to go to the -1 and order by year ascending. So here what happening, it is going to the one step below -1. So -1, so I mean for previous year sales. So it is going, so it is calculating 18 here, 19 here, 20 here. See, what if I would like to see the 2-year sales, then in that case it would come here, it would come here. So here what we can do, we can specify the window. You can specify 1, -2, -3. What if I would like to see the future sales, instead of minus, you can just specify 1, then in that case it would go here, it would go here, it would go here. Like this, your window functions are also very, very useful. Just here they given only offset. There are some row number, there are some other DAX functions which is already available in our NDAC YouTube channel. So this Ajay will share the link, please go through that. Now next, there are some informative DAX functions. So informative.
Suparna, I have one question on the previous, yeah. So when we are using offset -1, right? Just we are getting the same date last year sales, right? Let's say I wanted to get the same day, like today is Saturday, right? I need to get the same like last year Saturday sales. So is that possible using this window function?
Here instead of year, you can use date.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yes. Yeah, fine. Now let's talk about informative functions. So here the informative functions, it will just for some checks and conditional resulting values. Here you can use with if control. So here you can see there is something called total sales for single category. It means that here for product category sales, so sum of sales and blank. So here total sum of sales means here what it is getting, I am getting the total sales. So I am telling that you can give total sales as a blank. That's why here if I am using the same measure here, I am getting the blank, and for the regular column I am getting the value. So this is what some informative or information functions. Now let's see some dynamic calculation elements. See, there are some concept called calculation groups. There are some concept called calculation groups. With the help of these calculation groups, so ideally there is year column, and here you would like to show year over year, month on month, quarter on quarter, and previous year sales and year over year growth. Let's say what you will do, you will create this one measure, this one measure, this one measure, this one measure. But instead of creating multiple measures, or instead of creating multiple values into the table chart, you can use this all measures into something called calculation groups, CG, which is calculation group. You can calculate it. You can directly use that calculation group in this visual. It will populate all the columns which is defined in the calculation groups. This is very, very helpful and reusable. Basically, this would be using in matrix visual, or we can use it in table chart also. Fine. See, this is the sample calculation groups measure. Now field parameters, which is very, very interesting topic and my favorite option in the Power BI. So here you can see field parameters is a concept. Let's say the requirement is, here I have total sales. So my client is asking to show the charts, total sales by category, total sales by color, total sales by product. So what I need to do? I need to build 3 charts, because the requirement is total sales by category, total sales by color, total sales by product. So instead of going and using multiple charts, killing the space of the Power BI canvas, you can create the parameter. And once if you create the parameter, you can get the parameter slicer here, and later you can use the same parameter here, and later you can share this with your boss, your client. You can tell them, boss, you can choose whatever you want. You would like to see the category, then here it would change dynamically. If I select color, it would change to the total sales by color. Like these field parameters, it will be very, very helpful. And there are 2 types. One is numeric range parameter, one is field parameters, which is categorical parameters. Numeric range and this categorical field parameters. Numeric range, it would help you to dynamically switch between the for top and bottom 10 customers, but this is based on the selections. Fine. Now next.
So Suparna, the field parameters basically enable us to dynamically switch the axis dimension.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. See here, you can see in category, currently the selected value is category. The moment you select product, it will change this category to the product.
Yeah.
Fine. Now,
and one more thing is,
yes.
coming to the parameters, the purpose of parameters more abundantly. When we are using more columns, for example, if we take matrix chart or a table chart, when we have more columns, rather than increasing the length of that chart, having the horizontal scroll bar, we can use these parameters flexibly. The client can use the selected categories. They can go with the selected categories for fetching the report.
Yes, great. Thanks for adding that. That is also valid point.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now let's see some dynamic formatting settings. See, let me tell you, if you are using any matrix chart, let's say this is country, okay? This is sales, sorry, just a minute. Iterator functions, where are we? Let me open this. Okay, now here you can see country. Let me put this here. Country, sales, profit. So what will happen? Let's say India. See 1 crore. I will put zeros here. 50 lakhs profit. Let's assume 50 lakhs. Okay. But instead of showing this many zeros, you can directly go and show millions, thousands, billions and trillions. This is one of the best practice, very widely used in the real time. Let me show you the example. See here, there is a measure with the help of switch method. What they did, if the sales is greater than 10 lakhs, this is some standard format where this you will get it from MS documentation, Microsoft documentation. You can concatenate this with the M. You can concatenate this with them. If the sales is greater than 1000, you can concatenate with the K. If the condition is false, the two condition is, then you can show it as a zeros. Now let me show you the example. See, this is the example. See how first total sales is, now how it is. See here it is showing. See, for bikes even it is, I'm struggling to read this. I think 6 crore 40 lakhs 69,033. But here I can read easily 64 million, 539k, 2 million, 11 million. And here see the total sales itself 7 crore 75 lakhs. But here I can read easily 78 million. So it is very, very widely used in real time. So this is also very important for your certification point of view. Now let's talk about optimizing the data model. See, here you can see there are data sources, models, visualizations, and environments. See, in Power BI, semantic model or Power BI desktop, you have something tool, there is a called performance analyzer. So what you can do with this performance analyzer, you can first start recording and you can apply some filter. Based on that filter, let's say there is a chart, sales and profit margin by month. In this, for rendering the DAX query took 19 ms. Ms means milliseconds. Visual display 28 milliseconds. For others means it should depend upon your internet speed, your system RAM speed, and everything. Like this, you will get, with the help of performance analyzer, you can tune the performance of your semantic model and Power BI report. See, this is one of the very good best example. Here you can see I am calculating the count of customers, distinct count, and filter. Here I am going to calculate only the order count of customer greater than or equal to 5. So now here you can see filter. So if I am using filter, it is taking how much time? See, and if I am using keep filter, it is, see how much time it is taking. Only just a 54 seconds for DAX query. Here it is taking 2754 milliseconds. That's what you need. This is where your optimization will come into the picture. Fine. Now let's see create and manage assets. Okay, here that's what, as asked someone, we can create one centralized semantic model and you can publish that into the workspace. From there you can pull the semantic model as a Power BI semantic model and you can build the report however you like. That's what this is called, Power BI reusable assets, which is Power BI semantic models. Power BI semantic models. So now here you can see, here we have, there are new some, previously we have just .pbix formats, but recently we have PBIP, which is report format, and there is something called directly you can use TMDL view. With the help of that, you can directly copy the script of your entire semantic model. Now tracking and see, that's what, if you are using reporting format, with the help of, if you are good at coding, so with the help of Visual Studio, you can track the changes. Like in your GitHub, if you are a data engineer, you will know that whatever the changes, we can compare. Once if the changes is good, we can commit to the main branch or feature branch. Now next, let's talk about deployment pipelines. So now here you can see deployment pipelines. See, deployment pipelines is a workload where you can push your changes from one environment to another environment. Ideally, we have dev, UAT, prod. So you are developing. What you can do, you will publish this into the dev. Later, you can deploy to UAT. Here, end users are like your client will test it. If there is any change, again you can implement, again you can publish, again you can deploy, again they given sign off, directly you can deploy it to the production. From there your end users will consume the report. See, this is a sample snapshot. So here you can see test file 2. This is not there in the previous stage. Now I'll select here, directly I'll click this deploy button. Fine.
Suparna, now these deployment pipelines, do they apply to all Fabric objects like data lake objects, Synapse, the actual Fabric pipelines, all of this?
No, as
and
of now,
semantic
it
models?
is supporting to many of the objects, but there are some limitations for few objects, but not yet fully functional. Not for all the workloads it is not supporting, but it is supporting to the, as of now, I know lakehouse, warehouse, semantic model, data flow, Gen 1, Gen 2, and there are some limitations. We need to go through that documentations. What are the supported workloads and what are non-supported workloads?
And
For this,
and similar to Power BI, in Power BI we have got Dev, QA, Prod, right? Now, say for example, I've made changes in Dev to some objects like semantic models, reports, etc., and I go into QA. It basically shows me what is the difference between QA and Dev, and lets me select those objects and import them into QA. Will it be the same approach here in the Fabric deployment pipelines?
Yes, exactly the same approach. It will show you the difference.
Suparna, like we need premium license, right, for this?
Yes, premium license means, I'll tell you, good question. Deployment pipelines will work only premium workspace. Your workspace should be assigned to either premium per user or premium capacity or fabric capacity. For pro, it will not work. For pro workspace, it will not work. Only PPU, premium capacity and fabric capacity, it will work. Fine, thanks. Now let's see. This is endorsement is nothing, but you may expect one question from the exam. They will ask, see, usually in real time what will happen, they will build some centralized data semantic models. They will endorse like this. See, certified means you can share this with your developers and it meets your organizational criteria. How they will ask, in exam, they will give this line: as part of endorsement, certify your semantic model to show co-workers that has been reviewed and meet your organizations. And what could be this endorsement? They will give this as a, this as a B, this as a C, this as a D. Then that's what you can read this for. This already available in your documentation. No need to share this slide, or else you can take the screenshot. Based on that, you can choose the answer. Here the answer is C. Like this, you will get it. Basically, how this would helpful, they will endorse, and here you can see there is something called master data. If you created a centralized semantic model, so what you can call, you can endorse this as a master data. So by seeing this in the workspace, your developers will know that, okay, this is a master data. Okay, from this I can pull this into my Power BI. I can build the reporting as per my requirement. Like this, you can specify this endorsement in the semantic models but this is your fabric admin need to enable this in the admin settings. Now here you can see there is something called lineage view. So the lineage view is nothing but how your report is built. See, we will come from front to back. This is front end, this is back end. Okay, first sales report is made on top of the sales analysis semantic model. And how this sales semantic model is created? So this is gateway, and there is one file is CSV, one file is CSV, and another file is SQL server. So like this, here this is HTML file, this is HTML, this is CSV, this is with the help of 3 different sources, I created a semantic model. On top of that, I built a report. So this in your workspace, you will see first by default it would be selected. So if you would like to see the lineage view, you need to choose this green dots icon, this green dots lineage icon. Now let's see manage Power BI semantic.
Suparna, now just going back to the lineage analysis, if I have built an analytic model based on a bronze, silver, gold architecture, and then on top of it, I've got on top of the gold, I've got a semantic model and then a Power BI report. If I go and do lineage analysis, it is going to show me all the tracing back the complete hierarchy.
Yes, it will show. It will show all the complete tracing back hierarchy.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah. So there is something called XML endpoint. With the help of this, you can refresh the individual components, and you can do some automation with the help of best practice analyzer. Fine. Now let's see security. Security, you already know we can implement RLS or OLS. See here you can see there are some different type of restrictions. One is defining the rules, one is schema principles, and one is validating the rules. One is single sign-on. For direct query, if your report is built on the direct query, you can enable the single sign-on, but this is applicable to only selected databases only, not for all the databases. It is applicable to only selected databases. You can enable this single sign-on. Now let's see, this is the sample configuration of this row level security. It's just a static method. Here what they are doing, department equal to game, that's all. There is nothing is there. But here you can see this is dynamic. We have a beautiful DAX function which is called user principal name. Let's say I log in with my email ID. Automatically for me, whatever the region assigned, I can see that my login. For let's say for Gopi, he can able to see his login like this. With the help of this dynamic row level security, we can see this. See, and one more thing. So there is one more thing, object level security. See here you can apply object level security on column, on table, either it could be anything. So let's say you have one table, customer, sales, credit card number, and you can assume it will never happen, credit card pin number. So just you would like to share this table with your junior developer. What you need to do, you need to enforce OLS on these two columns, and you can enable for this. But this we can do it two ways. One is tabular editor. The another one is there is a new update with the help of TMDL view. We can create OLS directly itself in the Power BI. There is no need to depend on the tabular editor. This is a third party tool. This is a third party rule. But the limitation is you cannot mix RLS and OLS. You need to create separate roles. You cannot mix RLS and OLS. For RLS, you can create one role. For OLS, you can create another role. Now, these are the some good modeling practices. Just please follow this all the practices. Now, so that's end of this presentation. Now I am opening the floor for any questions. Ajay, any questions is in the chat?
No, Suparna, not yet.
Okay. So in that case, let me check.
So already Rajendra is in call.
Oh, okay. That in that case, okay. See, team, that's all from my side. I just given you an overview about warehouse and the semantic model. And thanks for staying with 2 hours non-stop 2 sessions. And there will be one more session. Please bear with for 1 more hour, where Rajendra is a Microsoft MVP and a Microsoft certified trainer, and he is he's working as a technical lead in one Indian MNC. So now let's welcome Rajendra. So Rajendra, the floor is yours.
Hi, Jen.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Welcome, Rajendra.
Yes.
Hi.
Yes.
Thank you. Great session, Super Babu. I joined maybe half an hour back. Okay, I'm listening what you're discussing. It's good. Thank you. Let me share my screen. Let me know once it is visible, Ajay. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Welcome to this last part of DP-600 study group, and I would like to thank Babu, Ajay, both of Babus, for giving this opportunity to speak at DP-600 study group, which has been conducted by NDAC as a part of Fabric Data Days. So it's a great opportunity. So maybe if you are planning for the certifications part, so you can register the certification, and you can, maybe the people, the backend team, they will share you the links how to get it registered. The process is also simple. So you just have to enroll and get the vouchers. That's what the plan should be. Okay, behind the plan for DP-600 study group. So I just want to check with you, how many of you looking for the certification DP-600? Please post in chat yes or no. DP-600 certifications, because I just want to check, because a lot of other community platforms as well conducting this kind of a setup of events. So your wish. So it's a right opportunity to climb and attempt for the DP-600 certification. And I mean, last part it is, which is, as I said, as a real-time intelligence. I'm going to discuss few of the slides. Okay, as per the time permits, 1 hour. Whatever I'm going to cover, I will cover it, and remaining, I will take it as an open questions. Okay, fine. Already introduced myself. I'm Rajendra Ongole. I'm in Microsoft Data Platform MVP and both Power BI and Fabric. If you want to reach out to me, you can connect me via LinkedIn. Okay, if you have any queries or something, if you want to discuss with me. And none other than we'll move on to the agenda part because it's a very big part, real-time intelligence coverage part. And most of the things I will showcase to you theoretically instead of moving on to the practical side, because this is what from the backend community team, they asked us to cover as a part of study groups. So here, as a part of the session 4, real-time intelligence is the topic we will discuss and then deep dive onto it. And the security concepts, including with both the Microsoft Fabric and Power BI content, and few of the administration rules, which is helpful attempting for the DP-600 certification. That part also, we will discuss it in thorough. Okay, and don't hesitate if you have any queries, right? Whatever, if it is a simple or dummy query, whatever the question is, please post it. Feel free to post your queries or unmute yourself. You have an option to that so that I can take the queries. Maybe the backend team also there help me so that I will take those questions and then answer to you. Okay, let's get into this. So get started with real-time intelligence with Microsoft Fabric. So I'm not discussing that part. So see here, what is a real-time intelligence? Most of us, if you're already familiar with working on this DP-600 related topics, real-time intelligence is also a part of Microsoft Fabric. It is one of the workload, right? So why we are going to use it and which scenarios we will use it. So whenever if you are working on a larger, heavier data source systems, heavy sources like a streamings, or log analytics, or maybe if you want to see the real-time insights at a time in a glance, in such kind of a scenario, this is one of the workload supported by Microsoft Fabric. Please keep in mind that part. And if you're observing, what are the data sources it is supporting? It is supporting all the type of variety of data source systems like Azure Event Hubs, IoT related data, or maybe the log analytics, or Confluence, Kafka, okay? Like maybe you want to see the tracking or telemetric related information in a minute or else in a seconds wise. In such kind of a scenario, there should be some architecture. So here, by connecting to this information, we can get it, analyze the data after data ingestion part. We will analyze it, the same process. What most of us familiar with the Power BI, right? We will do the extract, transform and load it and do the data visualizations. Similar kind of a methodology here. For that, there is an components like event stream for ingestion and data processing. And we will also perform some data transformations inside that event stream. And we will get it stored, that particular data, huge data, as I said, right? Maybe if you are working with a gigabytes to the petabytes of data, if you're handling that much of huge information to handle the backend like a TSQL or databases like SSMS, we will use this cloud-based analytics tool. So the data will be stored in an event house in the form of a KQL database. I don't know how many of you familiar with KQL, Kusto Query Language. And from there, we can take it forward to the further analysis, like by taking the reference of RT dashboard. So if you're observing the architecture, real-time dashboards. So if you want to visualize within that particular real-time intelligence environment, we can make use of RT dashboards as well. Or the traditional way of designing, like Power BI application also will be available if you want to visualize the data in the form of Power BI layer, where you can see the different set of visualizations and you can develop as per our convenience, right? There also we can provide the mechanism like sharing the report and so on with the RT dashboard as well as Power BI. And if you're observing KQL query set, which is, I will discuss in detail, but if you're observing, this is how the architecture works. If you make sure that if you're working on a real-time intelligence related projects, streaming is for the data ingestion and processing, and we will get it analyzed inside the streaming. Event house is something like where we can get it added in the form of a cluster KQL database. Inside, if you want to fire the queries, we have a separate query set. We will call it as a KQL, Kusto Query Language Query Set. And from there, we can take it forward to the further level of extensions, like Power BI is for traditional report building, or real-time intelligence dashboard is for quick analysis, where we will share the real-time numbers to the global audience. All these things will be get stored here if you're observing real-time hub. So from there, you can pick it up the data. The foundation should be one lake, and from there we can proceed, and for the proceeding part, cloud-based analytics will be there. You can, whatever workloads we want to perform the activities, we can take it forward and we can consume this data and proceed further. This is how the front-end part looks like if you get started with the real-time intelligence. I will get multiple questions. So Rajendra, I can extract the data from directly creating the event house, and from there, yes, that is also possible. You can directly click on the new item. I mean, once you can create the new items, right, from the dedicated workspaces, you can create the first event house, and from there, you can see the similar functionality like a get data option too. From there, you can get it extracted and get connect. Anyway, the data ingestion should be comes via event stream. So you can proceed either approaches, from the directly event stream or from the event houses also. You can collect the information and store the data in the form of a cluster. And one more questions we will get it like, can I create a multiple KQL database inside the event house? Yes, we have an option to get it created. Multiple databases also inside KQL databases. So it's not a limit, okay, please keep in mind. But we have something like a KQL is a case sensitive language, which we are going to discuss later as per the functions and syntaxes. But please keep in mind, we can create multiple databases also in the form of KQL databases inside the event house. This is how the architecture works. Yeah.
Rajendra, I have a question. Now, in terms of the data ingestion, what is the primary data storage medium? Is it going to be in the data lake or the lake warehouse?
Data lake, not like
data
one lake, from one lake only. From there, you can fetch it via any kind of other workloads as well. That's what.
So
yes.
When you say one lake, will it be like a Parquet, Avro,
Parquet file format.
Parquet, okay.
Parquet, yeah.
Thank you. And when you say KQL, this is something new.
Yes.
Is that a proprietary Microsoft database, KQL database?
KQL is separate actually. It's not from like just like how we are working on the TSQLs, right? Like that, a KQL database to handle the huge data, like a larger source systems. We will add it.
Okay.
It's a separate language. It's not a programming language.
Also,
so yeah, please.
And this framework also supports Kafka?
Kafka is there, yes, it is. Yes, if you have a data from the Kafka clusters, yes, we can get it extract via this framework. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Fine, moving on to the slowly to this KQL language as well. So which is very, very important. Please take this opportunity to ask multiple questions if you have anything, and make sure that our major agenda should be attempt for the main exam and get it passed the DP-600 from at your end. Okay. So what is a KQL? It is an declarative query language. Most of us, we are working on the TSQL background. We will write the select star from some commands, and then we will execute the outputs in various platforms. Here, KQL is declarative query language. I'm calling it as a declarative in the sense it's a kind of a very simplicity part. You can directly write the command, simple commands, and using the pipeline separations, you can call, like we will use a where conditions, right? Where with some kind of a filter conditions like that. We will also use for filtrations part where similar kind of a functionality, but logic and as well as differentiation is there for description as well as identifying the right exploratory information. So what it is supporting, if you're observing the data explorations part, discovering the patterns, it is supporting and identifying the anomalies. And as I said, KQL is a case sensitive. Maybe make sure that anyway it is an AI-based intelligence will be incorporated at the backend. Whenever if you're typing the table or column name, it will give you suggestions to you. So what column or else what's the table you want to get it refer. So this kind of an information will be there. No need to write all the commands as on your own, right? So that is very important, and which is a time consumption, time reduction for us. So when you are typing something, right, it will give an intelligence wise the detection of the table information, operators, and so on. So I recently get started with one of the new real-time projects. So it's very column name information as well as it is detecting as like great. And if you're observing this widespread of Azure, so most of us are familiar with this Azure real-time intelligence, which is earlier was there, and even the log queries analysis and Microsoft Sentinel analysis will be get it added whenever if you're defining this query KQL query set mechanism on your once the database has been created on your event houses. How it looks like. So if you're observing the differences part, use of KQL and Microsoft Fabric, maybe if you're already working on the TSQL background, it supports or not. It will get support the TSQL functions too, but because we are working on the larger source system, that kind of a capability we need in such kind of a scenario, KQL, which is Microsoft has been added to your event houses platforms too. So major advantages here compared with the KQL. KQL to the TSQL, it's a simplicity, very easier. If you're observing the right hand side functions, right? Above one is the function in the red color 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 numbers. If you're observing that part, that is related to the KQL query standpoint. And below, after the next to the 7th line onwards, TSQL. Maybe we will get to know like programmatically, we will write select the conditions and you can write inside the procedures as well and so on. The major difference here, the most of the times, we will use where condition, where operator to bring it, what kind of a filtrations we are going to proceed further. So that kind of an explanation, we can use it by using the project is the command, and we can add the group conditions and so on. And if you can uncomment the exclusive to that particular explain button, it is almost the SQL statement also we can represent into the form of KQL databases. KQL wise, it will be get it read and completely the first part and the second part will be get it added as a condition, almost similar to the condition to the first and second. Output should be similar if you're observing the below output KQL, Crystal Query language and TSQL outputs. So the left hand side KQL output is as same as TSQL output. The performance part is faster compared to the TSQL statements, which you are going to execute it, but it is supporting both of it. But as I said, if you're working on the larger databases, or as I said, gigabytes to the petabytes, several petabytes of information, better to choose KQL ecosystem and that particular language ecosystem and code, and we can execute and store that query in the form of a KQL query set, and we can proceed further for the reporting layer.
Rajendra, quick
Yes.
question on this KQL and TSQL
Yes.
comparison. On a streaming data set, do you think we can still try to use TSQL? Is it only primarily the performance, the reason why
I found performance part. Yes.
KQL is better than TSQL?
Exactly. I
Okay.
I'm coming in the TSQL background. I have written some of the queries and SQL part, which is taking minute approximately when I'm executing huge amount of data. But when I'm trying to query the similar set of queries in the KQL by just a kind of by choosing the guide, which I'm also not very good familiar with the KQL, I got a very quick responses when I'm executing a huge amount of information. That is one thing, and easier to identify the statements as well if I'm writing the KQL commands. Like it's not like very big programs and you need to write it, but KQL is something like easier and flexibility part. It is very good compared to the TSQL.
Yeah. Now, Rajendra, in terms of the data ingestion coming from streaming data, right?
Yes.
Now the streaming data as it is coming, how are we? Is there any best practices like how do we store the Parquet or the Avro files? Is it like every minute, every hour, or every day, or something like that? Because the
Yes.
because the KQL has to know that, right? How to access the data. Like, say, for example, I'll give you a simple example. If we are getting some kind of telemetric weather data, which
Yes.
is coming every 5 minutes, right? And we would like to do a analysis at the end of the day of how the weather pattern for the entire day was, right? Now, how is this data stored? Like if it is coming at every 5 minutes interval or every 2 minutes interval, how do we store the data and to enable analysis?
Based on that, so recently I have done one of the blog related to it. Like my colleague also, like my friend Suparna Babu also done some of the blog related to the weather metric. So basically, we will store it in the form of a minute by minute. That data will be get it resides inside the lake house, one lake, and from there, as per the visibility part, the front end part, The data anyway it is getting available. So whenever if you want to recite and execute the next level of query executions and showcase the visuals accordingly, like minute by minute or hourly base, we can configure it. It is not accurately built it via 1 minute or hourly basis, but majorly it will be getting added to our data automatically, and from there we will execute and proceed further for the reporting development part.
Yeah, well, my main question was because we are storing it as a Parquet, right? There is
Parquet
no
file,
concept
yes.
of
No,
partitioning in Parquet. So do we just have a column date timestamp and store it in one Parquet file and
for
then
date
do
and
the
timestamp
analysis
files
using?
only. Date and
Pardon me?
timestamp. Yes, automatically it will be getting as an injected timestamp date to your
Yeah.
record. It will be getting
Yeah.
added, and from there, whenever we need, right, for the further part, it will be get added to our front end as well. Like either you can go with the RT dashboards or else Power BI dashboards.
So it will be
Okay.
sitting in one Parquet file.
Automatic. Yes, exactly. With ingestion
Okay.
timestamp.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also, it will be good if you can kindly share some kind of public domain data sets
You
that
want
are
to
available
practice?
for this kind
Okay.
of analysis.
Okay, sure, definitely.
Yeah, you
Maybe
can
I will
please
share
reach
it
out
out.
to me in LinkedIn,
Yeah, he
Mohan. I
recently
can
blocked
help you
it.
with the real-time intelligence, all the topics. Okay.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Suparna Babu, he recently done one of the blog related to the Bangalore weather related topic. So maybe you can reach out, and it is already available in Fabric community forum as well on the real-time intelligence side. Anyway, you can reach out to me. Okay. Good. Shall we proceed? Any other questions related to this?
No, thank you.
So few of the statements, if you're observing on the left-hand side, if you want KQL guide, I will also share the link with you. So this is how it looks like. So some of the easiest processing part, that is the table name. If you're using Storm event is the table name. And if you want to see the count of records, maybe if you are working on the SQL part, select start from one particular count of start from particular table. But it is easier. Strong count is a table information. Pipeline is an operator here, which works as a kind of a, we will call it as a logical operator, and sometimes it works in the form of a pipeline delimiter. And count, automatically you can see the count number of records. Like that, if you want to limit, we have a take is the command. We have a KQL guide setup as well. We want to see the top 5 records at record results of the top limit conditions. We can also use take command for that. Likewise, if you're observing most of the comments like where conditions, these are all similar whenever who are familiar with the SQL background. So similar kind of an operations, we can also get it used and while defining these KQL query sets like projects for filtering the conditions, or maybe if you are working with the where conditions by adding or else delimiting with some of the numbers. And it is also supporting the aggregating operators like sum, count, and so on. As of now, it is not written here, but we can also add kind of a aggregation operators as well, which will be get support as it is as like TSQL statements. Coming to the best practices part, reduce the amount of data. So as we already aware, how can we reduce while working on the data set at Power BI, right? We can do the data cleansing operations all in the Power Query editor. Like that, here also reduce the amount of data. We can detect and predict that information, like removing the unwanted columns and filter the data. As I said, the project commands, we can filter the information and write to use the data types. Data types configuration is very, very important. How to get it used and what kind of a data set mechanism backend. Automatically, if you're working in the Power BI background, it will be get detected some data types too. Likewise, here, use the right data types for each and every individual columns, that major control. And one more additional considerations we have to keep in mind. Wildcard entries will not work out like star, question mark, these things, count of star will not work out on this KQL setup. So similar kind of a mechanism, project commands or maybe the take commands will be added, get it added for you whenever if you're bring that best practices part while you're executing these queries at the KQL query set. I will showcase to you where it is and how it looks like. If time permits, maybe I will navigate to the practical environment as well. But on the right hand side, if you're observing tripwise pipeline operator, it is operating where, and that's the time control, like pick up date time and the when to when. And pipeline again, project, and these are all operations which the fields that are available on your trips table. And if you want to specifically connect with a specific fields like a string columns. We can use trips and payment type as I'm filtering with the data, where condition I'm using. Similar as like SQL statements too, we can use it and get it added as well. Like that, numeric columns first. So as I said, use the right data types. If it is specifically the extracted information data types, we need to cross check because it's a real-time deep streaming data, right? What are the data types? This cross verification, everything we are going to do it at the while loading the data into the event house KQL database at the event stream processing part. You have to check control what are the fields that you are extracting. If it is not required, we have an options to get it disabled, like unconnect those number of columns while defining at the event stream itself before loading onto the event house. Don't confuse the terms like event stream and event house. As I said, event stream is for the data ingestion and the data processing and transformations, which we will do it regularly at Power BI part. Like a transformation engine, we have a Power Query like that. Here, we have an event stream here. And for the database to store that information here on this real-time intelligence part, we have an event house. Inside, we can get it created multiple KQL database setups as per the business requirement. And inside, if you want to execute this set of queries you are observing on the right-hand side, right, we have for each and every table there is a KQL query set table. We can execute it and we can check what are the information that is available, which table, how many timestamp, we can see how the records has been getting added and then real-time based.
Rajendra,
This is how we can get it configured.
How does Power BI access this streaming data? Like, say, for example, if this streaming data is ingested and placed in a Parquet
it is
file,
not
right?
directly injecting directly into the Power BI. It is storing in a database, KQL database. From there, we can call this table information from KQL database to the Power.
Okay, so when you say the KQL database,
on that front-end face interface, yes, please.
Yeah. So now when you call the KQL database, are you referring to the Parquet file as the KQL database?
Backend system is stored in the form of a Parquet file, but it is visible to you in the form of a table, right? In the KQL database too. I will showcase to you how it looks like once it will be get stored and how we are going to get it, call the table from event house KQL database to the Power BI, where it is. At the front-end interface itself, you can see that the navigation path. So backend anyway, in the one lake, it will be get it stored, but it is visible to you when you are calling from KQL setup to the Power BI. It's in the form of a table. So we can directly call that information to the Power BI or RTA dashboards too. Okay. Clear? Or any questions still? Any confusion?
No, thank you.
Fine. We are going to deep down there. So we're still a few more slides to go, right? So we will discuss that part as well. Let me showcase to you. Manage query setup tabs. Like example, if you're observing, this is how the front end look. Once you can create the database KQL setup. Once in the event house, it looks multiple connections. We can get it configure and we can use the plus operations to get it add. If you already have multiple database into this KQL ecosystem, just a database part, you can add it. If you already have multiple database system like RMK, KQL, KQL10, these are all the different sources, different databases which has to be get it configured to your database. Once you added that particular RMK, KQL or KQL, from there, it is as simple as it looks like a table only. From there, you can configure and navigate to the Power BI and you can develop the front-end reports as well. So this is how it looks like. Okay, it's not a different kind of a setup. You can see the similar kind of a setup. Maybe if you're already familiar with the SSMS, right? SQL Server Management Studio, the similar kind of a setup, it will be get it visible to you how the tables, whenever if you want to find the queries, we can see the query set, and from their query set, the output will be get it triggered and executed at the below itself. You can see the number of record information and so on. Okay, so multiple databases also we can get it added, and just like SSMS portfolio. Fine. We are executing the time series, very huge amount of data. This is how we can trigger and get it performed. So one of the example, render is the command, which can be executed in the form of a timestamp. This is how it looks like for each and every minute wise or timestamp based, ingestion timestamp based. If you want to see the records, this is how the front end look should be once if you can design and configure with the RT dashboard, real-time dashboards. Once you can configure that event house, you can also copy that query, executed queries, and even you can like to link up that particular deeper backend queries to the front end so that you can copy the complete link, just like example I'm saying. If you are creating a group and I want to copy and given the group link to some another, you can copy the complete background of that link, like the similar kind of a conditions, which kind of a table it is configured and what is the information, what are the previous executed queries, that everything will be copied to the clipboard and we can share it to the teammates. And copy and query to the clipboard. Similar kind of an operation. What is the previous executed runs queries? How many times the frequency times has been executed, and what about the refreshes time that has been configured or not? These are all the things has been able to share it with this kind of an information, copy and share data. So this option has been recently added. Earlier, this functionality was not there, copying additionally like a link, query, and result to the clipboard. These are the new functionalities. Earlier, we are observing like a copy, query, and the link to the clipboard. These are the recent additions from the real-time intelligence, the front-end view part. Once the databases has been added to your event house. It looks the same, right? You can see here, RAS, this is one of the table, this is another table, trips, which is already available in this KQL 1012 database. You can retrieve it, the complete informations too, which is important. So as per the new, we were starting working, practicing for the DP-600 examination, just try to cross-verify this information already there whenever if you can get it configured for the sharing or else viewing the same content in your environment. What are the previous executed runs? Or if you want to see the result of underlying data, you can also view it by enabling this, by observing this link, query, and result to the clipboards.
Now, Rajendra,
Yes. Yeah.
Going back to the previous screen, is this the screen from the event warehouse?
Event house.
So this
Event
is the event
house.
hub, is it?
Event house. This
house,
screen you are going to observe with the event house. Yeah.
Yeah. So now the event house is a service within Fabric.
Inside it. Yeah.
Yeah. And when you say that KQL 102 database, that database, where do we create that from? Is it from the event house itself?
Event house itself. Yes. Yes.
And when you say database, a database is a collection of tables, right?
Yes. Yes.
And each of those tables, can they be just Parquet tables?
If you're observing, this is one table. Trips is one table. Raw server metrics is another table. This is how it looks like.
Yeah. So those
and
are all
whenever if
Parquet
you can
tables.
click on this, yes, whenever if you can click on the any one of the table, automatically it redirects to you, write some query set, KQL query set, and from there you can execute it and you can see the outputs. Okay, when based on the injected timestamp, how many records has been injected, and if you want to see the last number of records with the particular 5 hours back, how many number of records has been looked at, you can use the timestamp based execution. Like that it works. Got it? And from the same window, which you are currently observing, here itself at the corner, right? Currently Copilot. Next on the complete right-hand side, you can also observe RTA dashboard or Power BI related. From there, it is navigating from here, this particular window to the Power BI, we can get it configured. Maybe, as I said, right, time permits, I can showcase to you the front-end view, how it looks like. Got it?
Yeah. So the event house basically is like the aggregation on top of all these Parquet files.
It's a kind of a, as I said, right? Don't think beyond on that. Event house is a cluster to store multiple KQL databases, simple terms. Okay, it acts like a cluster. You can create multiple KQL databases. You can do the aggregation mechanism, whatever inside of it. But the tables or databases will be getting resides inside the event house itself. Okay. Clear? Still any confusion?
No, thank you.
Good. Fine. Moving on to the, this is how the earlier topics, we discussed KQL syntax. Simple syntax it is. How to use TSQL and convert by using explain is the one. If you can remove that explain, automatically it works in the form of a KQL database. And we also discussed about best practices with KQL in Microsoft Fabric. Right. Moving on to the next topic on this particular module, secure data access in Microsoft Fabric. There are three security controls. If you are working on the administration rules, Fabric security model, though we will not get much opportunity to work on the admin related, because as if you are joining as an analytics engineer, we will work at the front end, like working on the database part technically, not in the admin control part. But still, we need to know what are the things, right? Security control models that are available at the administration Fabric security model as well. There are three important security controls. Microsoft Enter ID authentication wise, we can provide an access and authenticate to the particular sources or table information, everything based on our IDs, Microsoft Enter ID. And Fabric access to check if the user having specific access to the Fabric workloads. And coming to the data security, these are the three important security layers whenever if you get it configured with the security control. Data security part, if you want to perform a specific action on a table, or these are all based on the security, right? RLS, column level, object level security control. So we have to cross verify the data security too. Like we have a read access, read data access, read all. These are the terminologies that we will get it in the security controls while defining the security models in Microsoft Fabric. This model, this design configuration, most of us know, like workspace at the top level to store our data in the form of a repository, like a data set, so you can create different types of workloads, right? And below that, if you're observing, multiple item creations will be get it possible. Multiple items in the sense, if you're observing Fabric related items, we will get it created. And each and every layer, you can create the lake house inside the Microsoft Fabric, one of the workload, warehouses, semantic model, the permission should be in the Glanler engine format, like each and every individual level, you can get it configured the permissions, like a read permission is there, read data, read all permissions. These are the segregation set, each and every level, which acts as like, we know most of us are familiar with the row level security. Like that, here we have an controls of the security front like this. And one lake data access mechanism, which is at the foundation layer. For everything, still it is a preview, one lake preview feature, where we can try to get it configured at the each and every individual workload items like semantic models or data science related or notebooks. Okay, we can get it configured, and then these are the three controls, like a read data, read all. As I mentioned, only three here: lakehouse, warehouse, semantic model. Like that inside, we can add many another items as well. Okay, Fabric items. This particular slide, most of us familiar, if you're already working on the Power BI front, admin, member, contributor, viewer. This is how the hierarchy works. Administrator is the one who can create, right? We can create it, modify it, anything. The complete control will be in the hands of administration part. Member is the person next level of permissions. Okay, member. So they can view it, they can modify, they can also share complete content to the within inside of the data to another, complete workspace part. They can share it. That is one of the important things that you have to remember. And contributor is the one excluding this sharing content. They can view it, they can also modify. Just please keep in mind, member, contributor, don't confuse here. Member is having sharing option, all the content or items in the workspace front. And coming to the contributor, they can view it, modify it, but they don't have an access to share the content within the data and the workspace front. And anyway, we are already aware there is one more role, viewer role. If you're observing the last row, most of the times we will give it as a viewer role to the audience, global clients, where they can only view it. They cannot modify, they cannot do anything untouchable, right? So we will not provide this kind of an advanced controls to the customers. So viewer is the lowest priority privileges role here. So admin have a full privilege. Member, they can do everything other than the deleting or adding the workspaces, like admin rule. And they can add, they can create, they can view, modify, and even the share content by the member. And here the contributor, they can view it and then modify, but they cannot share the reports or they share the content within the workspace. And viewer is the last role, lowest level of privileges, where they can view only the content within the workspace. This is the segregation, how the workspace is again a kind of a repository to store in the cloud-based environment to store all our workloads, work items like the semantic model or workspace related data engineering part or different workloads are there, data science related project or notebooks, right? Many another lake houses and so on. Any questions up to this part? Hope it is clear. This slide is clear. Any questions? Moving on to the next.
Rajendra, there is one question in the chat. So can we connect to see the fabric capacity usage by hour in the day?
Sorry, by hour?
In a day. Like he want to see the fabric capacity usage by hour.
If you're an administrator, you can view it. Yes, like this. You can see it. What is the fabric capacity only, right? This administration controls are there. If you have an option to this admin monitoring, you can check what are the workspaces, how much utilization capacity unit, daily basis. We are the one who is monitoring. Like I'm also acting as an administrator for one of the project. So we will try to check what is the content, how much workspace has been utilized, what are the capacity units that has been defined on each and every day basis. This option is available here. Just try to check it. Monitor admin monitoring part. And even there is one more option. You can also check it from this admin portal as well. Okay. What is the workloads and so on. Got it? Okay. But my question is up to this part. Up to this part is clear to you because this is important. You'll definitely get some questions from this slide as well.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Differences between member and contributor. Important. So this is how the segregation, whenever if you created a workspace, as I said again, workspace is a repository, just keep in mind, to store in the cloud-based environment, all the workloads which has been supported by Microsoft Fabric, like Lakehouse, data warehouse, data science, notebooks, whatever, real-time intelligence, right? That is event house, event streams, everything. So these are the different roles which you are observing. By default, it will be showcased as a viewer role, and we can change it to the other roles like as per the hierarchy, admin, member, contributor, and viewer roles. So whenever if you are trying to configure the lake houses, the SQL endpoint analytics part, you can get it configured. And these are the right-hand side, the roles that are available. Read all SQL endpoint data, read all, not class like a viewer, right? That is completely different. These roles are workspace level. Okay, please keep in mind, these roles are the workspace level, member, admin, contributor, and so on. But these roles are the each and every individual fabric items part. If you're observing the SQL analytics endpoint query tables, Apache Spark file configurations, default semantic model configurations, on the right-hand side, if you want to provide an access to the lakehouse, these are the roles which will get it visible to you. Additional permissions like read all Spark files or semantic model configurations and so on. And if you want to notify some people about the access, we can also send it and grant the access. Grant, revoke, these are the commands which will comment on the next slide. So these are the DCL commands we can. So we will not able to write the commands directly at the front end view, but back end part, this is how it works, like DCL command, control accessing part, grant, deny the access, right? If your unauthorized person is accessing, we can also deny that and revoke that access. Maybe the person is leaving the organization after some days. And as like we already familiar, like configuring the table level access, row level security, which the data will be get filtered on the table level, and column level security, which will be get filtered as per the user requirement, the column, each and every SSN columns part. And even we can also mask the data dynamically, the last 3 letters, just like a credit card parts, we will mask some data and visible the last information, like that we can get it configured. Whenever, if you want to share the report access or else that particular semantic model access to the global audience. As I said, one lake data access part, still it is a preview. If you're observing, still there are a lot of improvements need to be there. You can configure the table level, column level, even at the masking part, as I said, read access, read data. These are the different rules based on the configurations we can provide. We can define the rules like a sales only. if that table is related to the sales, or product related table, the product table, we have to provide a permissions like a read permissions. In such kind of a scenario, you can select it and provide the rule. You can define the rule, add the users, assign the rules to the users, and provide an access as per the requirements. So quick recap here, access controlling part, which is important, we can define. As I said, granularity at each and every level, each and every tenant wise inside one tenant, you can create multiple capacities. That part we are going to discuss. And data management accessing part, it is multi-layer security, which has been getting configured. And we already discussed granularity permissions too. Yeah. Any questions? Ganesh.
Yes, Rajendra. Actually, I was watching the session on YouTube, okay, but I recently joined on Teams due to I have one question related to
Please.
you mentioned that admin monitoring workspace is available for admin role, right? A Fabric admin administrator role. So in the admin monitoring workspace, how many days of data available in that workspace? How
that is
like
retention policy. We have to get it retention. We have to enable that retention policies too, like 30 days. These things we have to get it configured.
okay, so
Basically, by
here-
default, there is no limit. By default, that option is turned off. Suppose if you want to enable that functionality, there is a retention policy functionality is there on the administration portal, and there we can configure it accordingly.
So from where
30
we can
days.
enable or increase the data retention policy?
Admin roles, admin portal itself, as a showcase to you right here. Admin portal, or maybe individually if you want to get it configured.
I think it's available only for 30 days, right? So
30
we
days
have
by
to-
default.
if
By
we-
default, it is 30 days.
Okay, if we have to enable, then from admin portal, there is an option to enable for more days, or
We can change it.
I think
so,
you
but
have
I haven't.
more
I'm not
days,
into the part.
Ganesh. I
More
have
days also
seen
we can
somewhere
enable it.
you can increase up to maximum 90 days.
90 days.
I do actually I do have a Fabric administrator role, but I did not find these options to increase the retention policy in Fabric admin
You haven't
settings.
found that configuration, huh? That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I will just give me some time. I will check it and I will share it with you where it is. With
Because
snapshot.
like what I have did for alternative solution is accessing same data by using service principal account.
Using okay.
By using like service principal, then calling the APIs and pulling and store it in the data into Oracle systems, like that I have been doing. But if there an option available to increase the retention policy, that will be good for me to
Okay, let me check it and I will confirm it to you where it is.
Okay.
But by default it is 30, but we can also
by
extend up to
default is
90
30.
days. 90 days. Let me check it and update you.
Whether I'll also have gone through one
Ping
of
me
the
separately, Ganesh.
Okay.
Okay, I will check it and update you. Last topic here, administer Microsoft Fabric. This particular architecture, most of us know. Microsoft Fabric, as I said, it's an all-in-one analytics, and we can also call it as an all the items in one single umbrella, like a data science related, you can get start, or real-time intelligence, or as per the requirement, right? If you want to get started with a data warehouse related topic, you can use that particular workload, we can get started accordingly. So all the items from data warehousing for storing the data, historical SCDs we can implement it, or maybe the data engineering prospect, we can also get it added with the PySpark coding, like SAS, advanced statistical analysis. Or maybe I want to inject the data, we can also choose the data flow Gen 2s or ADF pipelines. Maybe for the futuristic, you want to see the predictive models, you can also choose, giving the simple terms here, what are the workloads, how it works inside the Microsoft Fabric. For the data science is there. Currently, we are discussing about the real-time intelligence. If you're working on a real-time stuff, like a huge amount of data which is floating, and you want to see the insights very quick, or maybe if you want to get it stored in the form of an KQL setup and so on, we can have a functionality like a real-time intelligence. Most of us, we are familiar with the business intelligence topic, which is an incorporated Power BI. So we can also get it used and we can build the visualizations directly instead of connecting to the Power BI desktop and develop the report and publishing into the cloud-based. So everything comes into one single umbrella, which we are calling it as an all-in-one analytics solution platform, which is in Microsoft Fabric. This architecture, most of us familiar, like all the items has been get supported, all the different workloads, which will be get its resides on one lake to avoid the data duplications and so on. You can create multiple workspaces, okay, as per the tenant configurations wise, multiple workspaces for an organization, so you can get it created. And further part, we can take it proceed with the, like on the one lake will be automatically get it added to each and every workspace, the fabric content workspace, and we can proceed further activities accordingly. So here, purview also missing, but it is also there, like for data governance related. So instead of searching forever assets, right, resources and so on, purview is also get it added. It is available already, Microsoft Fabric architecture part. No need to go for separately. This is how the Fabric concepts has been worked. As I said, for an organization, we can see one single tenant, you can get it created multiple capacities in the sense, simple terms, like if you want to try with some trial account, there is a Fabric trial is there, which is valid for 60 days. Or maybe if you are already purchasing some, planning to purchase some licenses, SKUs wise, there is getting started from F2 to F20. 64 is the last capacity. I think that is the approximate number, F0262064 or something, but huge capacity, but as per the configurations. But as I said, right, most of us, we will try to check how much data we are loading, and based on that, the capacity choosings will be there, right? So there is a separate portal for this as well, to choosing what are the workloads we are going to utilize, to choose the licenses, F2 or F4 or F6 or F64 is the max. I mean, most of us choosing capacity part. And more than that also, it is there for F2034 or 206 some number is there. Like that, you can create a multiple capacities, like a product or pricing or people capacity or sales capacity. And inside domain is specifically, we will call it as a logical group. Suppose if you're working for the project like a supply chain or procurement or manufacturing related topics, individual domain wise, we can also maintain, like we will call it as a domains inside this Microsoft Fabric content. So workspace, we already discussed, it's the storing area where just like a repository for all your workload contents, which is already there, like data engineering, data science, and so on. And each and every item, we will call it as an Fabric items, like the Fabric related workload items. So you can add as per the business requirement those items as well. But this is all data governance topic is also there, as this is missing sometimes, right? To identify the particular resource or business assets, we will use this Microsoft Purview. Okay, inside, which is already there, we can get it added and we can get it configured as well. Okay. And security controls, we already discussed where it is and how it will be get it configured. And manually, we can also get it configured the custom for each and every workload, the configurations, like by default, some of the pool settings will be getting there. For if you're working on a data engineering project, we can also change the configuration mechanism and visualize it. Last but not the least, if you're observing the administration tasks, these are all administration. We are not, I mean, if you are joining as an analytics engineer, these topics we are not going to work rigorously or else regular time to time base. Most of these tasks will be handled or taken care by the backend admin team, if there is a separate admin portal or admin teams are there. So these monitoring, what is the capacity usage we are utilizing for each and every workspace, or which report is consuming more, or else maybe if there is a stuck or orphan data sources or data resides inside of your workspaces. These are all monitored by the Fabric administration team. So we have a separate monitoring options as well. This is the one which I'm currently showcasing to you, like this. Admin monitoring part. This option we will not get it. This is my personal environment, so I can get it used and check what is the contents and what is the which capacities, what are the total number of items that has been created, what is the capacity name, how many number of workspaces, when the last modified. Okay, these are all the information we can get it visualized in the form of a report. Okay, this report is auto-generated, not like hope you people are already aware. If you want to check the usage metrics of your Power BI report, we can generate it, right? Like that for admin control, administration part, Fabric related admin. This report, they are not going to prepare, automatically get it generated. Okay, as per the usage and capacities, what is the, I mean, which licenses you are using, what are the capacity items, how many number of domains, like a sales, manufacturing, production domains, everything will be get added. And is there any data sensitivity labels are been added, or maybe the report or particular semantic model has been enrolled to the next level of development. These are all information will be get it visible to you on this layer. Okay, so they're providing with some by default some of the pages. This is the overview page for the first page. And analysis page is something like looks over in the form of a decomposition tree. You can see here total number of items by segregations. And workspace, how many number of workspace has been get created and so on. You can see those information also starts also here on this admin monitoring control. Okay. Fine. Almost near to this. The backend part, as I said, this is one of the admin monitoring workspaces we discussed. Other than that, we can navigate to the Fabric administration portal, or maybe by using PowerShell command promptlet, we can utilize and we can execute the commands. Maybe if you are very familiar writing the functions. Fabric capacity metric app is also there. We can install this app also. So it's one of the app. So let me check it from here, where it is, Fabric app here.
Rajendra,
We
can
can
you
add
please
this
go to
apps
the
as
apps?
well.
Yes, from apps we will get it. Here you can
Yes,
go to
it is
get
there, I
apps.
think.
No,
No, already there. It is there.
Hmm.
Let me check it one more time. Get apps already there, but I just want to share it with you where it is. So here itself, you can add the Fabric capacity apps. So you can just click it. These are all other globally available apps. But if you want to cross-verify your apps, you can just get it. It looks in this way. It looks in this way, Fabric, Microsoft Fabric capacity control apps. So you can monitor it. Okay, what is the compute engines, how much it has been utilized to use. We will call it as a CUs. So duration, operation, how many number of users has been utilizing. These are all information will be visible to you here. Okay. Is there any auto scaling existing?
It is just like the Power BI apps, right?
Yes. Yeah, here. Apps is there, right? And the services part. Sorry, again, I missed here. You can just get it from this.
But
That's
make
it.
sure I'm adding one point here. You should have admin access.
Other than that, we will not see the even admin monitoring also. Okay, just try to check it. Fine. This is how the portal looks like, centralized portal. Though we don't have an access, just try to keep in mind where it is. So at the top, you can see here. So whoever not familiar, here, gear icon, just try to click on this admin portal. So basically, we are not administrator part. We are coming into the analytics background. So we will not, most of us in the real-time projects, we will not get to see what are these and if any new request or else some capacity increase or else change from pro user to the Fabric content. We have to write some support ticket and then only we will get it as in Fabric related. But to visualize or just to observe these kind of an advanced component or information, we don't have a specific access, okay, as a development part. Okay, we need a specific new permissions for this. Okay, it looks in this way. They're going to restrict it at the tenant level itself, like is that a specific group or entire organizations we want to provide a Fabric control and so on. And this is how, just now I showcased you Fabric administration monitoring workspace. This is how it looks like based on the dates. We can check it. What is the utilizations and what are the how many number of capacities has been created. As I said, in one single tenant, you can create multiple capacities, and multiple capacity you can get it created. Many number of workloads, Microsoft Fabric workloads as per the requirement. And if you want to cross check what is the user, how many number of active users, or is there any ideal or orphaned workload items, we can also raise a point and then we can stop those as well. Or else maybe if the team is not there, we can ask them to stop if there is any unused reports or else semantic models as well. This is how the Fabric capacity, just now I showcased you. It looks in this way. Okay, in the form of a chart only for easiest and grasping part. Okay. That's it. If you have any questions, let me know. These are all configured at the backend part, like a license manager. So with M365 administration control, we can get it added. And maybe sometimes, right, I will get a request from my group as well. I want to work with the Microsoft Fabric. Please provide permissions. So we will provide it as an addition of their users, and they will get it added. So, okay, there you can see the numbers as how many licenses we can get it provided for each and every license part in the Fabric license management. Any questions up to this part? Do you have any questions?
No questions, Rajendra.
Fine. And lineage view also, I'll just try to showcase where it is, and then we'll wrap up. Okay. In one dedicated workspace, it looks in the similar way. So just try to click here. Currently, it looks in this way, right? You can use this lineage view to check how it has been get connected to one workspace capacity to the another. Okay, like this admin monitor control. And one more interesting point, I just want to share it with you. So important as per the Microsoft real-time intelligence architecture part. These are the various different data sources at the top, and it will be get it pulled to the event stream for injecting and routing, or even the modification of your connected information. Okay, you can perform variety of transformations. Okay, groups we can do it, or we can modify the columns. We can add multiple other new source systems, and everything will be get it reside on an event house. And the backend should be on, if you want to execute or else fight the queries, two languages it is supporting, KQL and TSQL, but best for the performance prospect, because you are working on a huge data part, KQL is the best. So most of the transformations are simple and easy and robust. Okay, flexibility part, we can utilize it. And finally, the reporting level. If you want to comes to the reporting, how can we get it report those tables into the something? We have two options. Real-time intelligence wise, we can visualize it, and RT dashboards we will call it at the front end. And Power BI is another, which we already familiar, which is a traditional way of reporting design. And even we can trigger these reports via alerting mechanism. Okay, if you want to check or based on some conditions, if the values are exceeding, or maybe if you want to trigger some kind of a notifications, we can schedule in three ways, like a Fabric items wise or MS Team files, we can get it notified to the people, or maybe the email also we can send it and share this. If there is any abnormal values if you are observing, there are three approaches. These are the three approaches. That is Fabric work items wise, we can get it configured, or emails, or MS Teams wise also we can get it configured. Fine. And I'm good up to this part. And if you have any queries, questions, something, please let me know. And again, thanks, Babu, Suparna Babu, for giving this opportunity to share this views on DP-600, real-time intelligence and security. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Rajendra, for a wonderful session. Team, if you have any questions, just feel free to ask. Meantime, Ajay, can you please share your screen and open the form QR code so that people can share their details and records, as well as you can copy and paste the link in the chat box.
Rajendra, I've got a quick question. When we access the KQL database from Power BI, is there a separate connection type to KQL?
No,
database?
direct only. No. Let me showcase. I said I will showcase you some front-end view also, right? Sorry for that. As per the time, I need to cover these slides. Just give me a minute. I will open in the meantime backend. Just a minute.
Hello everyone, just scan this QR code, or else like you can use this URL as well, and just fill your details and you can get a participation certificate from us. And even like Suparna will explain like how you can apply the apply for a voucher. Rajendra, if you are ready, then you can start sharing your screen. Already I shared the form URL in the chat.
Okay, can I share my screen?
Can you refresh and try now?
Babu, can I share a screen? Just a minute. Okay, to just showcase to the front end tool.
Yeah.
Let me know once it is visible. Few minutes. Mohan, right? The question from.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Is that
correct.
Mohan?
Rajendra.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you see here, Mohan,
Yes, it's
KQL
visible.
database.
Thanks.
This is how the table. So from here, you can navigate whatever you want. You want a traditional way of Power BI, you can click and develop the report, or maybe the real-time part here itself. Okay, but few of the charts only, it is limited with all, not all the charts like Power BI. Few charts we can visualize it and shows the streaming source systems as well. So if you can click here, it's going to be the preview. You can see the preview, and from there it will take you to the next layer, that is Power BI window. Okay, the tables, whatever it is connected on the event house, for KQL database event house. See here, right? This is how it is. Got it. This is the query, Kusto queries, which has been executed recently. And coming to the real-time RT dashboard, which I said, if you can, it is a separate window. So if we can click on this, it will open and directly take you to the next prompt of the window. See here, from here, it will be get added. And if you want to change some other visualization, by default, it is a table. If you want to change it to some another visualization, we can always have an edit option to edit and change the visualizations here. Okay. Maybe I'm using my SQ is not supporting. It's
No.
64
Just a minute, Rajendra. That is Copilot. You can close the tab. Nowadays, they recently
Sorry.
changed the user interface. You
Okay,
can click on the
window also.
visualization table on the left
Here,
top.
here.
Yes. Now we will get the
here
pane.
they changed it. Here, these are the visual cities. You can see. Oh, they changed it to right side to the left side now.
Yes.
Yeah,
They are
yes.
completely changed
So-
the real-time user interface.
Okay, I thought like right side when I observed, right? Maybe 1 month back I worked.
Yes. I think
So
Srihari,
here
you
see
can
it.
go, please, if you have any question.
Yeah, like I have just one doubt. Like after doing this fabric, like data warehousing part, is it best practice to connect to Power BI desktop, or like we can do here even Power BI report? There is an option, right?
It is depends upon the requirement. Srihari, right?
Yeah.
Depends upon the requirement. Maybe sometimes, right? If the user wants many type of a charts, it is also supporting RT dashboards, also supporting the page-wise analysis, but we are familiar with the Power BI part. If the user is expecting lot of various type of different visual setup in such kind of a scenario, you can choose the Power BI and we can visualize it. And if you want to share the real-time analysis, RTI is the best option. We can share that analysis with the available, okay, limited type of visualization, save this requirement. And each and every visual will be get it like a refreshed minute by minute as per the time consumption. Okay.
Yeah, got it.
Fine then. Again, thanks, Babu, Ajay Babu, and Supan Babu for giving this opportunity. Yeah. If any questions, you can reach out to me via LinkedIn.
Thank you so much, Rajendra. Thank you so much for taking this wonderful session. And there is a small announcement from Rajendra is also running a community called Data Analytics Group Hyderabad next week, which is on 18th. Okay, he is going to host the 2 sessions. 18th one is about the same DP-600, different speakers and different timing. And 19th Hope PL300. Correct?
Yes.
Yes. If anyone interested, Rajendra is going to share that links in the LinkedIn. So please register for that and please attend for that. Also, you will get some good knowledge from different speakers.
You can get different prospect and views. Okay. And
yeah.
main agenda should be from the Microsoft is many people has to be get it certified and they have to do this, take it to the next level. That is what they're expecting as per the previous call with them. All the best. Okay, DP-600, whoever planning to write the examination, all the best to everyone. Okay, take this opportunity and please actively participate in the community events, whether it is an online or offline. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. So still anyone having any questions about how to apply for voucher or how to redeem voucher, if there is anyone having that questions, just feel free to ask so that I can help you.
Can you please help regarding how we need to apply?
Okay, let me share my screen. Actually, there is a video. It's already there. Let me share that link. Just a minute. Let me share my screen. It is taking some time. Okay, let me share. See here,
See here,
I'm hearing some echo. Hello? Okay, now it's clear. Okay, fine. So now, see, please listen carefully. See here, we have a dedicated YouTube channel. In this, where you will get all the related fabric. We are exclusively focusing on the fabric content. Okay, here we are actually, see here you can see there is a video about you can build live Indian Railways dashboard with Microsoft Fabric real-time intelligence. In there, here you can see there is a video. So here I'll explain everything clearly. I would request you please go through that video and please apply for that. So with the help of your Microsoft personal Outlook account, Microsoft learn.microsoft account, so you can please go through that video. And once if you got the voucher, again come back to the channel. So here already I made a video about how you can redeem the certification voucher. For this also I am sharing the link. If any one of you got the voucher, please apply from here by following this video. So it's clear. I explained each and every step in detail. Okay, there is no confusion. Please apply. Please apply it. And if you are got anyone vouchers, so all the best for your exam. And still, if you need any help, okay, you please feel free to reach out us in LinkedIn, so that we are happy to help you. So are we all clear? Yes,
Yes.
Swarnamala, we are planning because DP-800, which is something related to the complete SQL AI developer, it's still in the adoption stage. So maybe we may plan in last quarter of the year, because we are in the third quarter. We may plan in October or November. We are planning to host a DP-800 session. Sure, we will definitely make a plan to host the DP-800 session.
Suparna, is there any way you can share your email rather than contacting you on LinkedIn?
No, email, just here. Okay, let me share you my Gmail. Let me put it in the chat.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Rajendra is also shared his LinkedIn handle. Just you can just check with him if any, because he is a Microsoft MVP and MCT. He would have great knowledge. Okay, I shared you my email ID. Okay. Yeah, okay,
Thank you
fine.
very much.
So with that, so let's close the today's session. So thank you all. Thank you so much for joining this session. And if any one of you looking for PL300, today evening 6 p.m. IST, we have one more session with different speaker. Please attend for that session also if you are anyone looking for PL300 certification. So with that, we'll close here. Thank you all. Have a happy weekend.
All the best to everyone or whoever attending the exam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.